Hello there, everybody. Welcome in. How's it going? Oh, 2 hours left. I had to go to the toilet, all right? Leave me alone. I had to go to the toilet before I start the stream because that's the sensible thing to do.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face.
Is that a white check? Yeah.
With the
Yeah, excuse me. Welcome in. Yeah, good timing indeed. Fuck's sake. Oh, we're a bit loud. Computer is a bit loud. Using what? The quote of the day: "Plant thy foot firmly in the prints which his foot has made before thee." Joseph Barber Lightfoot. He's got Lightfoot, at least his surname's Lightfoot, and he made a quote about foot. Lightfoot, good last name. Yeah, I was going to say good last name. Yeah, very applicable. Right, I think we're live everywhere. I think the vertical plugin is working. I have the world's most over-the-top OBS monitor. I'm using my fucking Asus XG something UCWM32, whatever the fuck this monitor is. Yeah, as an OBS monitor at the moment because
the bed is still cold.
Because yeah, I haven't got a space for it on my desk yet because my desk moves up and down, which means I need to clear. I need to make sure it's a completely clear space for this monitor to live, and then I can have a monitor at my desk that's, you know, gaming capable.
You should pick that fat, juicy cigarette butt from the tray, light it up, and smoke the living shit out of it. Who knows what you are? A monster, a murderer, the gnome of Jeroma.
But yes,
you feel like a smoker.
Being able to play the G-Sync at over 100 FPS, where it just automatically refreshes based on the frame rate. It's pretty smooth, chat. It's pretty fucking smooth, I'm not going to lie. Desk that moves side to side as if a pattern pending. Yeah, no, it moves up and down. But yeah, side to side, I don't know. I mean, I've definitely been to places where they wanted me to do some wiring and stuff for cars and everything. And the guy had like a desk, like my desk, but it was on caster wheels. It was like a standing desk. It didn't move. It was a standing desk, but it was on casters. And he had like a computer and then like a little space to like work on things. And it's the reason why I've got my desk set up the way I've got it set up, with my computer and then a space with like a cutting mat and then a rubber sort of like electronics mat afterwards, because it makes the most sense. It's just like a good layout for the desk. But I have got a giant, great big desk mat that's going to cover the whole thing. And then I'll be able to have my this keyboard and then I'll just put the mouse over there when I need it. But yeah, it makes sense. But it was on caster, so he could move it around the workshop. So when he was working on a car on a particular lift in this garage that he had, he could just wheel his desk over there to work on it. And I was like,
this renders it ineffectual. You should look for a whole cigarette, or better yet, an entire pack. Strike that. A carton. Make sure they're all healthy and able-bodied.
Neck chat.
Then smoke them all.
Excuse me.
Or
welcome in. I hope everybody's had a good week so far. We're halfway there.
No one is making you.
Valve has that, you know, you plug out the power and you can move the desk how you want. Yeah, I mean, I don't think they're the first person to do it. I mean, they had the so what they'd done is that it was a car workshop, so they had like feet that like the desk had like bars that would like hold the desk up, and then they were like 45-degree arms to sort of support, and it went down to like legs that were like just 2 90-degree sort of like box steels. And what they did was they got their fabricator to make like a box that slid over the end of them, and then they used the feet screw to hold it on, and then that went up to like a caster wheel, so it was like nice and low to the ground, but it had caster wheels, and it added like 6 or 7 inches either end to make it a bit more stable, because the floor isn't perfectly flat always. But yeah, it worked really well. But yeah, they had that custom like slot on feet, and then where the sort of the bigger box steel slots on top of the other one, the bolt that would do the foot to level the desk, that was then used to then bolt the thing. Yeah, that's countersink it, but yeah, it worked. It was really fucking cool. It was a good little project.
Good. They'll make you stronger and better. You're too old to be cool now.
I should not do
find
that.
Cigarettes, smoke them, blam. Instantly a cool renegade man. A mystical red dragon with smoke rising from his nostrils. Plus, smoking them gives massive bonuses.
So you start off with something like this. You start off with like a standing desk, like this one. It doesn't have to be an electric one, but then yeah, you get caster wheels but because it was a car shop, they used the same idea as so you get these, and some of them, the wheels, like it's like arms that come out and then go up, and then the wheels, because you can't get wheels short enough, but you want to be able to lay down as low to the floor as possible, because there's not always a lot of space under the car. So some of these have like arms that stick out and then go up to make space for caster wheels, but the actual bit you lay on is like really close to the ground. And those are the ones that most people want to use because they give you an extra inch or two to work, which is obviously super important when working on cars that, you know, yeah, there you go, this. So you can see here, like the actual thing that they sit on is low, and it goes up to the caster wheels because that's what the fabricator is used to seeing. That's what the inspiration was. They did the same thing. They made these, like the box steel on the desk. They got a box steel that was bigger, just made one that would slide over the top, and then they welded that up, and then they welded like that, cut piece to weld like that. Then they put the caster wheel there, so the desk actually still stayed the same height because it was a standing desk that was it was a really cool project. I was genuinely impressed with it. I mean, the cars were really cool, but obviously fucking figuring out how much wiring they need for all the speakers and subwoofers and shit they put in there, and then soldering it all together, and then making a loom. Fuck me, man. Making a loom, you need like a 9-meter table to make a loom for some cars, and you need to make sure you get the right AUG cables and shrouded with the fucking protective like sheathing so they don't get cross-talk and interference. So it's a fucking lot of effort. But if you want a fucking performance ECU and a good stereo in a car,
the theme on that pinball machine is a standard royalist theme,
yeah,
used on everything from pinball cabinets to full flavor cigarettes.
But yeah, you could wheel this desk over and then use the they had like an infrared LiDAR type sort of like gun thing that plugged into it, and they could like run it over the car in like sort of a almost like painting it, but with like infrared light and like LiDAR, whatever it's called, and then you get a CAD model of that bit of the car that's like reasonably accurate. And obviously, if you don't, the tolerance is like 5 or 6 mil. But if you wanted to get like a box to put something in, and you wanted to 3D model that, it's like really quick to model out a space in the engine bay. I don't know what they're called, but yeah, I think it uses LiDAR. But my phone can do it with rooms, but obviously not quite as accurate. This thing was like a proper thing but it was a cool custom car shop.
Clinging to a picture book version of the past century, waiting for the king to come back and cast out all the profiteers and homosexuals. Basically, imagine a yellow plastic crown with a liquor brand emblazoned on it. It comes free with a 6-pack of Vermilion Roy d'Or. The words Roy d'Or are stamped into the crown's plastic. The sentiment is called anti-centennial nostalgia, pining for a time before the turn of the century. It's common even now, after 50
kind of wheels can handle 5 metric tons. Yeah, well, yeah, this is it, is that obviously it can handle the weight and everything, and like it wasn't like a permanent modification. They could just slide those off, and it's just a normal standing desk. So if that desk ever ends up in just the office, they can take the wheels off and just plonk it down on the carpet in the area that's carpeted. But yeah, obviously the shop was like a proper custom car shop, so they had the floor, like they poured like this stuff down that's like quite firm, but it's not like rock hard. So when you drop tools on it, it doesn't make a bunch of noise. And if it gets damaged, you can just you can get like a hot blade and cut out the damaged bit and just pour the stuff and then just sand it down. Then you just put like a lacquer over the top to protect it from moisture and stuff. But yeah, pretty fucking cool outfit. But they're like, yeah, you're good with electronics. I was like, yeah, a little bit. It's like you can wire stuff together and solder things. Like, yeah, we've got a project on, we could do with some help. And I was like, okay, I'll have a look. And they were like, yeah, so basically we got this thing over here with this plug, this thing over there with this plug, this thing over there with this plug, and we need to wire them all together with a wiring harness. And I was like, okay. Yeah. It's quite a lot of work. And they're like, yeah, that's why we want someone that's done it before. And I was like, I've never done this before, but I've definitely created wiring harnesses for arcade machines before. put lorry truck parts from the TMA pot on the truck, and then so they can move it around for the truck for inspection one time a year. Well, yeah, this is it. There's that layout where you can have something very low to the ground, but the framework can go up to a wheel that's then a much bigger wheel than they would be, and it's almost more stable because like when something's up on wheels, it can like tip, but like when it's like low down on the wheels, it's much harder because the center of gravity is that much lower. I swear it's harder to tip it up.
To the left of the croissants and juice bottles, several
croissants, you say?
raincoats fill a low shelf. One, however, lies in the dusty floor. The one you tried and failed to steal. Look at it, detective, and be ashamed. Until you make it right by legally purchasing that raincoat, I'll make sure you feel guilty every time you see it. A colorful display of cigarettes and alcohol bottles line the shop wall, inviting you closer.
Again, I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health.
Shit, Sherlock. Well, you have to. You have to fucking tell people, don't you? But yeah, like one of the things you can get are those sort of like low slung caster wheel plates, I suppose they're called. And you can put them underneath each tire of a car and then just move the car. If the ground's nice and smooth and flat, which obviously you can go and get it like chemically stripped, and then you can get like resin or like whatever, like screed or whatever poured to set like dead flat. Because liquid, if you pour it liquid, it finds its own level, and then it's perfectly flat from there. So when you put your car on these dolly like bed things, you can just push the car in any direction to get it out of the way. Which is kind of interesting, because normally you'd have to turn the car on, drive it out, do what you need to do, then drive the car back in. And obviously driving the car in and out, not using the car for a proper drive is bad for the engine. It's bad for some engines, especially classics. If you turn it over, you need to be using it for a good, half an hour or maybe an hour at least to make sure the engine fully warms up. And then you've got to, otherwise you're just going to damage the engine. But yeah, interesting concept. I was like, so the desk moves. It was like, yeah, sometimes I need the desk over there, sometimes I need it over there, sometimes it depends what bay we're working on, and I need to be there with the guys talking to them about what parts to order. And I was like, oh, okay, that's interesting. Why is it come so far away? Right, what's our good cop backup? Is it still -1? Yeah, so it's good cop backup. It's -1. I found a list of how to be naughty. Think. Yeah. So. Bad cop, tell Joyce that Everett is helping you find your gun during the reality lowdown. So yeah, Roy and Sealing, good cop. Hit up Sealing for a bribe to improve relationships with this operation. Secret, ask Roy how much you sold your gun for. Get polyhydron from Roy, requires electrochemistry. Okay, let's try and do that. Let's see if we can get some polyhydron, or whatever the hell it's called. Polyhydron or whatever. Bird's Nest Roy. See if we can do the electrochemistry check, because that'll give us another point minus on the another -1 to our bad cop rating, or good cop, bad cop, whatever it is. 2's welcome into GG's on second. 11 fascist, but also 8 Yeah, no, I've kind of fucked it up. But yeah, no, I thought we were more fascist than that. I thought we were fucking really fascist. Yeah, 11. Yeah, 11. I thought we were 17. Maybe I've been a bit more fucking. But yeah, we're also 7 ultra liberal as well, and 8 communist. But yeah, it's interesting. You can see there's like a numerical value for how fucked up you are. How's it going, Red? Not too bad. Not too bad. Oh, my back is not great. My neck. So there's from like the back of my skull here all the way down to like here. That muscle is just absurdly absurdly sore and tight for some reason. And obviously I've got my hand over here doing the mouse and everything, which is why I want to set my desk up so I can play Battlefield at my desk and first-person shooters at my desk. And when I'm playing, if I play games off stream, this is the screen I want to use for it. But I need to make sure it's going to be safe over there. It's not going to get bumped into or anything, which is a bit of a concern. Because I tend to eat my fucking breakfast, lunch and dinner over there by my desk because I've got too much stuff on the dining table. So I might move some stuff off the dining table. But the problem is in the winter when I have the heat pad out, Bubba sits on the heat pad, which is obviously on the dining table, and that's where I eat. So it doesn't really help, but I'll see if I can work it out. There's a lot of stuff to think about right now. My brain is just not fucking getting into gear. I cannot get into a mindset where I just think things through, make a decision and do things. I just can't. It just really isn't fucking braining at the moment. But yeah, other than that, I'm good. How are you?
It's not often that I see officers from the RCM in my pawn shop.
Thought we were more fascist than that, said all around Germany in the 40s. Muscles and neck probably tension a lot when you play Battlefield. So yeah, I mean, obviously I'm sat on a sofa and I've got the mouse next to me on the sofa cushion, and that's how I've been playing Battlefield for the last however long I've been playing it. Because I've kind of been gaming in my lounge, but I feel like it might be time to set up a proper area for gaming and streaming that's like a bit more dedicated, a bit less sort of like taking up a bunch of space in the lounge, something a bit more compact somewhere else in the flat, where I can set up a green screen and lighting and everything all sort of in the same spot. And then I won't have cables trailing all over the place and everything. It might be a bit easier, and then I can still use the TV to watch movies and stuff. But yeah, I've got some furniture I don't necessarily use that often, so I might move that out, and then obviously see what the extra space does. But yeah, I feel like I might need somewhere to eat. So I need to find a space to eat that the cat doesn't like sitting on, because I don't want the cat mucking around with my food when I'm not looking. He doesn't usually do that, but if I put it on the dining table, because that's usually where he sits in the winter, like all winter long when it's cold, it might give him the idea that he can eat off my plate, and I don't want to have to sort of shout at him and say no to scare him away. I don't want to do that if I can avoid it. For me, at least, tension in my muscles more if it's a game that makes me. I get fucking stressed at Battlefield. Battlefield 6 is an absolute fucking joke, man. It's so bad.
But he prefers being alone with his projector, just watching the movement of light across the walls of the shop.
It's just the most unbalanced, buggy, kind of like directionless, kind of messy game I've played from Battlefield franchise in years. I can't work out how a studio that only makes one kind of game in their own in-house engine could drop the ball so many different ways across so many different things in a franchise that they've been solely responsible for. I don't understand how 6 could feel so bad when 1 and 4 felt so good. Yeah, I don't know. It fucking baffles me. Battlefield 1, yeah, it's a shame it hasn't got crossplay. I mean, the thing is, I own Battlefield 1 on PlayStation, but I haven't turned my PlayStation on, and obviously I don't want to go back to fucking, because I reckon my thumbs are going to get. I don't know how some of these older guys that play Call of Duty and Battlefield and stuff with a controller, I don't know how they do it. Their thumbs must be just completely disintegrated, because it's just constant thumb movement all the time.
I haven't had any problems myself, though some of my
customers that's how.
complain
Well,
about
yeah.
inconsistent law enforcement.
And the thing is, when you look at like Black Flag Resynced, it's like fundamentally clear to me from the outside looking in, because I never really played the Assassin's Creed games that much at all. But from the outside looking in, it's really clear to me that when the stock price for Ubisoft tanked, they knew exactly what to give people to get sales going again, right? They knew exactly what to do to have a good release. So they've always been capable of doing a good job. They just weren't, right? Like they were just being terrible, right? Because they've released Black Flag Resynced and everyone is absolutely enamored with it. All the fans of the original Black Flag are like, this is amazing. I love it. It's brilliant. thank God Ubisoft didn't go bust. I'm like, well, yeah, it's pretty clear to me that, you know, they could have done that long ago, but until the share price started to look pretty scary, they didn't, you know? And I'm like, it's clear to me that these big companies, these big publishers, they know exactly what people want. They just refuse to give it to them because it isn't profitable enough. They only give players what they really want when the company's on the verge of going bankrupt because of how the gaming industry works right now. It's just screwed. Arguably, that game should have released long before Ubisoft's stock and financial woes began. You know, they should have been like, right, we haven't really done any remakes that I know of. Obviously, there was Assassin's Creed, like 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever. But they have a name like, you know, Black Flag, and I think there's one called Syndicate. I think I can't, but like I say, it's not a franchise I'm too familiar with. But yeah, I was like, fuck, man, like they could have just done that, but they just, yeah. Anyway.
Who are your customers usually?
Buggy as fuck though, Black, really? Ubisoft hasn't focused more DLC now, so Valhalla is going to get a DLC for that reason. Yeah, Syndicate. Is it that buggy? Because I mean, I thought all the Assassin's Creed games were kind of buggy, like because they released a samurai Assassin's Creed game really shortly after Ghost of Tsushima, and it was like, dude, it's like Tsushima takes that one, I'm afraid. Like, you know, Ghost of Tsushima was, yeah, like a cinematic masterpiece, and the combat system was like fairly simple, but it worked in a way that made it cinematic. It made fighting cinematic, and it's pretty basic and not for everyone. But yeah, it created a really cinematic feel to the fights, and when you're in the flow, it was just pure cinema.
Looking for a deal, people looking for a keepsake.
Ubisoft games are very buggy.
Who are terminally bored.
Chasing you, you stop, and they continue with the flying bikes and go into the wall and explode. Really? Did Ubisoft do the Star Wars game? Because yeah, that was EA, right?
As you can see, I have a wide selection of goods for everyone to choose from.
Typical vacuous consumerist objects. I think some of your selections are press your finger to your lips, more tasteful than others. Business plan is all over the place. You should specialize, zoom in, recapitalize.
It keeps me entertained.
Outlaws. Sorry.
He's well composed, but underneath it you sense psychedelic processes bubbling. Some kind of drug, maybe. Entertained. He might be high. If he is, on what? Feeling warm and enthralled by the movement of light, while the mind continues to race forward. Lucky bastard. He's
Holidon.
on
Sorry,
Holidon.
that's what it was.
It's tough to come by on the street.
And game-breaking errors, progression blockers, AI weirdness, and physics glitches, and like 50% of the quests were broken. Yeah, that was in the Star Wars game that was quite a while ago. That was probably one of the things that contributed to the downfall of their stock price, right? But I think Black Flag, I haven't heard that many people complaining about it. Respawned instantly.
A drug developed by the military to treat and prevent radiation sickness. It has psychedelic side effects, and it makes your eyes turn yellow.
I try to keep the shop at a comfortable temperature. Rolodon is just something since the People's Power disaster.
Very known bug in Black Flag was a save file wipe bug. Oh, okay, so there are some bugs with that as well. That's a shame. It's a shame.
Had to take it for radiation sickness.
Hey, bub. You gonna jump across me? Is that what you're doing? No? Okay, you're gonna go over there.
He's taken it for mental and emotional.
Got to here and then stopped and leant back, and I looked at him and he just sort of went like, are you gonna jump across me? And he realized, maybe I should go around the back.
A bad idea. Some poor leftist built a particle decay
Ships start flying around, do backflips, so that's just funny bugs like Bethesda bugs, yeah.
Communities. It malfunctioned. Radioactive waste everywhere. Probably some of it in you too.
when people are like, oh my god, this game is so buggy, and there's like a chair twitching, it's like, it's not the end of the world, dude. Like, that's pretty tame, you know, because when someone's like, okay, the game is broken, they can't progress, like game breaking bugs. But yeah, I also feel like sometimes you've got people like, oh, this game is so buggy. It's like, okay, and Steam's very clever. Steam forces you to, well, Steam suggests that you share your system specs. Because, yeah, when you've got somebody on a really fucking old GPU and a really old CPU on DDR4 or DDR3 or whatever, like old RAM, it's like, yeah, of course the game's going to be a little bit wonky on your system because it's fucking like 15 years old, brother, or like 9 years old. Of course it's going to be a bit wonky, you know? Because I just don't see anywhere near as many... And you guys watch me play games. We don't see that many bugs. And I play all kinds of weird shit. We don't see that many bugs. Like a lot of my clips, like none of I have barely any bug clips. And I play games on release sometimes. You know, not all the time, but yeah.
Releasing radioactive waste into River Esperance.
I think sometimes people have just got fucking really old versions of old hardware and or old drive. This is the thing. People don't update their drivers, right? Because, yeah, somebody will complain about it, and then someone's like, yeah, I had this problem, but then I updated my GPU drivers and it stopped. But I don't want to update my drivers. Well, then your game's going to be buggy, you know, because you're not using the most up-to-date hardware and the most up-to-date drivers. This is what the fucking studio is expecting you to use. Yeah, because this is the thing. People launch this buggy game. They launch it at the fucking studio, and it's like, the studio did well just to get the game out the fucking door because they had to do it in like half the time it should have taken, and they did it for barely any money. They only get paid bonuses and stuff if the game gets more than a 7 out of 10 on like various critics sites. And you know, game journalists are fucking like useless at playing games most of the time, and also kind of a bit fucking, you know, harsh. And yeah, I've come across loads of reviews where they've just I mean, we had that one review. We looked at it on Steam. We looked at the review on, not on Steam, but on a website. We were looking at something on stream, and somebody was just laying into the game that I was playing, and I was like, that's completely false. Like, you guys have watched me play this game. It's not like that at all. It's fucked. Like movie reviews, yeah, like worst is the best. Well, like, I think that there's a way to describe what some, because the thing is, like, the whole idea of reviews is to arm people with the knowledge to make decisions about the kinds of media that they commit to purchasing or, you know, experiencing with, you know, that they have to pay for. But yeah, it's taken on this kind of like, rather than being the conduit of, you know, explaining what something is and whether it's worth the money or not, it's now become about this person just flexing their vocabulary and just being really subjectively biased towards things. And yeah, like, obviously there's a bunch of negative people out there that want everything to be terrible. So when they see a reviewer write a review saying something's terrible, they'll flock to it and agree, right? And then they start parroting that person's criticisms. Whereas if people enjoy something, they're too busy enjoying it to be on the internet complaining. You know, it's just how it is. You just hear so much negative press about things sometimes. And it's fucking crazy. Like, I didn't see that many bad reviews for We Happy Few. I fucking rage quit that game. It was terrible. Like, I couldn't be it felt like such a fucking grind. And then there was this really fucking awkward twist in a cutscene, and I was like, oh, I'm done. I'm fucking done with this game. It fucking soft locked me. I had to fucking use a speedrun tactic to clip through a fucking door because it wasn't working properly. Even after that, and the game itself has like a fucking thirst meter and a hunger meter, which is just the most bullshit mechanic in a video game. I'm never going to understand how anybody ever gets that off the ground in the design phase of a video game. It's like, we should put a thirst meter and a hunger meter in the game for the sake of realism. It is literally always the biggest pain in the arse. Like, I just cannot stand having to track down water and food in a video game because there's just no other gameplay. There's nothing else to fill that time. The level design is really bland. The fucking environmental storytelling is bland. The fucking ambient noises and sound effects and music are bland. It's just not a very well put together video game. So they have to add these bullshit busy work tasks to keep the player engaged with something. And it's just, yeah, I fucking can't stand it. Like Starfield, shoot them and they slowly scream in slow motion going down. That's funny, not game breaking. Shining had super bad reviews, for instance. So yeah, I mean, there have been a few films and video games that like reviewed terribly, but have then gone on to become kind of cult classics, right? I know that Metal Gear Solid 2 got absolutely fucking dragged in the reviews, but I played it and enjoyed it, even though, yeah, Raiden is a bit of a whiny bitch of a character. But over time, people have started to reapproach Metal Gear Solid 2 and talk about how brave it was to buck the trend of just farting out another game with the same hero doing the same things and just milk that whole formula. Kojima didn't do that. They went completely off the other side, and people theorize that the reason that you play as this whiny bitch character is so that you feel like the hero, because it's you that stays the same, not the character, right? And yeah, I've watched some video essays about Metal Gear Solid 2 that dive into all sorts of theories about what it means and everything, and it's kind of nice to see that game get its flowers, because yeah, I remember I was fucking hyped for Metal Gear Solid 2, and yeah, the tanker section, the demo, it was just, I was like, oh my god, this is literally like just it's the same it's all the things that I love about Metal Gear Solid 1, just fucking 10 times better. I cannot wait. And then yeah, we swap over to this Raiden character who not only looks very effeminate and isn't that sort of masculine or heroic, but on the fucking voice community, the codec calls, he was such a fucking whiny little bitch. And that wasn't a mistake. He was written to be like that, and it was kind of like the way of, you know, showing us that the character is just the character in the game. The heroics are what we do with the character, which was a really cool. One of the theories I heard, that is.
A primitive nuclear reactor, also called a pile. Construction began during the Commune of Revachol. The people continued work on it after the Commune fell. They wanted a cheap source of energy.
Well, like I was saying,
Revachol West.
Like I was saying, the internet is just, everything is just like, what's the word? Embellished, exaggerated. Everything is like 40-50% exaggerated. Like nothing is as bad or as good as anybody on the internet says. Everything is way more down to earth. But being down to earth doesn't get clicks. You have to be making a really sort of bold statement to get engagement.
Needless to say, things
which is why,
didn't work out.
At the best, my posts might see a few hundred views, because all I do is try and make a point about something. I don't say something contrarian. I don't sort of call people out. I don't do a call to action. I don't use engaging language. I don't move and gestate and fucking animate myself to fucking jingle my keys in people's face. I don't, you know, look at the camera and make accusations and call people out to trigger them into... I don't do any of that shit, because I don't want to. I don't want to use underhanded social like engineering or behavioral sciences to trick people into interacting with my content. I don't want to do that. I'd rather just make the point I want to make because I don't hear anyone else making it, and then move on. That's all I want to do. You know, I just want to add my thoughts and feelings about something if I don't see them already being expressed somewhere. And it doesn't happen often, but when it does, I post something and I get a bunch of people commenting saying they agree. You know, so I'm like, okay, well, at least I'm not alone in that. But yeah, I don't want to fucking trick people into watching my content or commenting on my stuff. It's just, it feels gross. That's the game. You've got to fucking do it. You've got to trick people into fucking engaging, and I don't like that, which is why I'm never going to be a successful content creator. But you know what? We've fucking 51% of traffic on the internet now is bots. They've fucking clocked it. It's now more bots than humans. We've crossed that threshold. So I don't even know if I want to be a successful content creator, because there's no human beings on the internet anyway, apparently. So yeah. Never mind. Internet didn't exist when The Shining came out. Well, yes, I suppose, yeah. Dad grew up, they found great movies by reading the newspaper guy's movie review. He always said great movies were shit. Well, yeah, this is it. Is that, you know, the internet has allowed people to just sort of reach out and criticize things. And it's pretty clear that when you give everybody a platform to be critical about something,
an emergency valve defect.
They just like senselessly criticize things.
Taking the fuel containment vessel up.
They're compelled
the explosion. Both the faulty design and lack of finances contributed to the catastrophe.
We were an all-volunteer force, self-organized, tried to help the fire brigades contain the spill.
On the patch, gamma radiation lines crossed with a red drop of blood.
So I think I need to double check. some of this dialogue when I watch the VOD later on to make sure I'm doing my job as a streamer properly. It's so cringe watching your own VODs, but you have to do it. You have to watch yourself and think, all right, could have done that differently, could have done that differently, could have done that differently. It's difficult, but you've got to do it if you want to improve. But yeah, I feel like this is kind of getting a little bit close to referencing Chernobyl.
I lived by the river since I was a small boy. The Esperance.
Fuck me, is it
Didn't
warm
have
and
the
sweaty and
heart to
fucking
let it all
humid
go
today,
to
chat?
shit without trying to do something to help out. There wasn't much the volunteer force could do, however. We wasted years in the river mud. Years getting sick. There's a reason why everyone's tried to forget any of it ever happened, and why no one has tried to repair or replace the pile. So much disappointment, and early deaths. Cancer mostly. And we knew all that was coming even as we were cleaning up as best we could. No one's. Everyone's.
So much bitterness.
A bunch of poor people built themselves a primitive nuclear reactor, hoping for the best. What do you think is going to happen? The cleanup happened 15 years ago. I was young then. Later, my second aunt died. Left me this shack and all the assorted junk in it. So I came to Martinez. People told me don't go there. It's a shithole. I said, people, we just had a nuclear pile meltdown. I'm gonna get as far away from Forberg as I can. Still in the same city, but... I like the theory more than the story. Outward movement, not vortices.
Yeah, you gotta get in on those vortices, my man.
Have you tried it before?
The lieutenant steps away, pretending to admire some of the knickknacks
He's like,
on
here he
display.
goes again, buying
Looks
fucking
like
drugs.
He doesn't want to get involved. He won't be your knock, but he won't be thrilled about this either.
Every day. You look the part. Here you go, man.
Yes, darling. That's the coalition government ordained Parolidon. Straight into your gut. Not so sure about this.
Of course. Someone else came here earlier today asking the same question. I promptly sold her the gun you pawned a couple days back.
This is a pawn shop, and it did feel as if you've met before. Oh God. The lieutenant shifts from one foot to another. Alert.
You were adamant about getting rid of it, officer. Said you were undeserving of a service weapon of the Revachol Citizens Militia. And I don't like keeping guns around the shop for long. Off the charts photon emissions. The unhealthy kind. She didn't seem like a policeman. Although she kept referring to herself as a pig. Which was odd. I found her interest in the gun a bit obsessive, but I was just happy to get rid of it, and of her. Truth be told, she was terrifying.
Right, so let me get this right. You sold your sidearm, issued by the Citizens Militia, and now a civilian is running around the streets of Martinez with it? Yeah, it's not good. I do hope we manage to clean this mess up somehow, while also keeping our focus on the murder investigation.
My apologies, officer, but I have no idea where she was coming from, or where she went.
A needle in a haystack. There is nothing you can do about it right now. You'll just have to hope Everard wasn't lying. and the Union can track her down in time.
Yeah, because the in our other playthrough, the previous playthrough, we sent them off. We asked Everard, or no, we asked the Hardy Boys to go and look after her, right? Because they're so community outreach focused. We're like, well, go on then, look after her. She's obviously mentally unstable. I can't remember whatever happened to that. I'm pretty sure we asked that, right?
Maybe. Shady-looking guys came in here yesterday, looking like they'd just taken off their Wild Pines overalls. They asked if I have a police weapon to sell. I told them I already sold it. They went their way. It was a trip, but you know, all sorts of people come here, asking for all sorts of things.
Yeah, we're -2 now. Okay, cool. Yeah, there's a few different things we can
Maybe
do.
Claire really is tracking down your gun.
There's a few things we can do that I've got listed here that will get us down to -5.
People as oleaginous as Everard seem like they're lying.
Oleaginous.
Even when they're really being truthful.
Oleaginous. I've never heard that word before. From whence and where does it come from? No league. Oleaginous is an adjective that means oily, insincere, or smarmy. It describes things that contain or look like oil, as well as people who act fake and overly flattering for personal gain. I see. From the English language. Apparently so. Apparently so. But a new word to add to the vocab. Right, so it's a way of saying oily, but it's also somebody being sort of a bit fucking overly friendly because they want something, I suppose. Interesting.
Of course. I doubt it, but I can try and answer any questions you may have. I do my best to keep my distance from all manner of butchery. Bad for business.
Every American customer service
bad
person.
for everyone.
Yeah, I mean, I think that like the way American customer service, which is driven by the tip culture over there, they want to be as nice as possible because tips make up a significant portion of their wages. I understand why they're like that, but I think that's more kind of contrived. I think that's, you know, someone's forcing themselves to be nice when it's not really what they want to do. Whereas I think maybe it's more about like, you know, you meet someone at a party and they want drugs, so they're being super nice to you so they can punch drugs off you and stuff. Maybe that's what it is. But yeah. Yeah, I'm fairly sure that, yeah. Let me just double check because I want to make sure I'm using contrived correctly there. Something is artificial or forced and obviously planned instead of happening in a natural way. Describes things that look fake, silted, or like someone's trying too hard. They can, so if someone's trying to be overly nice, and it's sort of a bit, you know, in customer service terms, they've rehearsed that politeness over and over and over again, so it feels insincere. They're like, hi, how are you doing today? That's great. How can I help? And it's like, you've said this a million times to a million people. You don't really fucking care about me at all, and you can tell because of how contrived and perfect their delivery is. Like, this is a pitch. You're pitching me your customer service in the hope that you get a tip, and I wish you didn't have to, because it feels cringe for me. I'm sure it feels cringe for them, but they would need to be as nice as possible to maximize the tipping potential of every single interaction they have with a customer, because that's how the culture works over there. From the outside looking in, I'm not an expert, I don't live there obviously, but yeah, a few times that I've been there and sat down to eat and someone's just like blown my head off with customer service, I'm like, whoa, I'm from England, all right? Just fucking take it down a notch. Just be polite. You don't have to be overly nice. It puts me on edge.
Sure thing. Sure, man.
Hey, so we've been monitoring you internally, and now we know your Copo type.
Copo type? Wait, there are Copo types?
Guess what's yours?
Some kind of weapon cop? Sorry cop? Yeah, the apocalypse cop.
That is only a ludicrous daydream. Guess again. You're the sorry cop. The cop who's sorriest. Let's make it official.
Oh shit! I said sorry too many times.
Yes, yes. Impotent rage and lamentation. Let's wrap it up? No, you don't. Come on. You'll be back to saying sorry in 2 minutes. Stop wasting time and begin the repentance. Wow. Okay. Fuck off. Maybe we were wrong about you then.
Future breadcrumbs. Get that soundbite and use that.
What a shirt. All other shirts pale in comparison to the muscular man with antlers and immense Zweihanders.
Like Italian customer service, no fakeness at all, just Italian rude as fuck. Overly nice is very looked down on in Sweden. Yeah, it's when you can tell how like rehearsed it is. It's like everything. It just feels like a sales pitch, and it is. Like I say, they're pitching their customer service alongside the product that you are potentially interested in. Otherwise, you wouldn't be there, right? And yeah, they have to work really hard on like, you know, glad handing, we call it in the UK. You know, shaking hands and be like, hi, is there anything I could do for you? You know, just trying to be as nice as possible. And it's like, it has its origins in, you know, sincerity, but it's long since departed that because of how recycled and staged it is.
Hell yeah.
And yeah, for an English person in the US, it always feels way over the top.
This one was just pure exemplar.
Because yeah, like I've never come across this before, but I've noticed it in the UK now, but I didn't notice it because it's very subtle. But in America, people would be overly nice in like an insulting way. They would be like, hi, how can I help? And just stare you out. And it's like, you're like taking the piss right now, dude. But they're being nice. They're within the parameters of their job. That's what they're supposed to say. But they're delivering it in a way that's so overly nice, it almost feels like they're like, fuck off and get out of the shop. I don't want to deal with this. And it's like, damn, like that's, yeah, fake niceness. But you see that on Twitch. You see that a lot. You know, people are a bit super, super nice because they want something. And then the second they realize you don't have what they want, they fucking forget you exist. And yeah, it's just creators cannibalizing each other. YouTubers do it. Twitch streamers do it because it's difficult to grow.
A fan? No, I wouldn't go there.
Call the cops. Hey cops, I got some crackhead talking to me.
Saga is
staring like
part
facts.
of our shared reality. Most people don't think that the man from Yelmdale really existed, but they're wrong.
But yeah, if you were being arrested and the policeman was asking you questions and you were like, well, I don't know, officer, like did a Jim Carrey. Well, I don't know, officer. How would I know that if I wasn't involved? That question is illogical. That you're going to get fucking pepper sprays, you know?
I mean, even if the man from Yelmdale didn't exist before the adventure novels, the stories have made it so that he has. It's simple, really.
Okay.
You sound skeptical. It's not that complicated. All that's required is a more robust understanding of cause and effect. Besides, I've been to Kotla, though not quite as far north as the Yelmdal, and watched northern lights travel across the sky. Very unique, energetic tides there.
It's for the best, because Yelmdal is not a real place, and thus he could not have gone there. His theory isn't exactly incoherent, but its logic does suggest some unusual neural activity. Interesting. Very, very unique energies indeed. Geomagnetic ley lines, one might even say.
Welcome to Yelmdal, officer.
Oh, I'll buy that shirt because, yeah, why not? This is still really expensive. Yeah, 700. That's fucking absurd. No fucking way. I don't even know how you would get that much money at one playthrough. Suppose you'd have to get Joyce to give you like 1,000 or something rather than 100. 2 days ago, stopped for random breathalyzer thing to see if I'm drunk. Driving 5 minutes, so I went back the same way, and the same policewoman was at the other side. So I was like, "You just saw me 5 minutes ago," and she was like, "Can you have been on your beer on the way?" I was like, "So could you?" Well, also the thing is, like sometimes they're out there and they need to get 10 readings, so they'll just the first 10 people that go through there, they'll stop and then they'll get the readings and then they'll go to the office and record them. Because they don't want to stand by the side of the fucking road all day, as I'm sure you can appreciate. So yeah, sometimes they're out there to hit a target or a question. And this is the thing: the Labour government, a long time ago, established a bunch of like checks and balances, like a bunch of targets, like numerical targets, to hold industries accountable to. And all it did was make a bunch of people come up with like very ingenious or kind of underhanded ways to hit that numerical metric, even though they weren't actually improving the service. So one of the classic examples is ambulances with patients in the back of them would have to wait outside the hospital until there was a bed available, because if you don't ever allow anybody to be admitted to hospital until there's a bed for them, there's nobody waiting for beds. So that gets your waiting time down. So they left people in ambulances until they had a bed for them. But what does that mean that the ambulance can't do? Go out and get the next person. That's why it takes 4 hours for an ambulance to show up in the UK. Sometimes it's fucked. Yeah, the ambulance, it has a gurney, right? It has like a stretcher, whatever you want to call it. Anyway, we do have an ad break coming up in about 5 seconds. So I'm going to pop you guys over on the BRB screen. You guys know the drill. There'll be a raffle and some clips for you guys that want to hang out. Please feel free to get up and move around, grab a drink or snack. You won't miss anything. I'll take a break as well. Yeah, so back in a moment. But yeah, that's how they were fucking getting around that metric, that performance metric. It's fucked. Let me unplug it and plug it back in again to force it to completely reset. I'll just select something that doesn't exist for the meantime. For fuck's sake, I was literally just talking about how good it is. Let me see if I can reach around here. That's right, you heard me. Reach around. Do that. And then, what is this emote? Did you make it into an emote? That's fucking brilliant. Can we, out of bounds? Yes, but no. Fuck's sake. From the dungeon. And they're human. If we make the dungeon thing human... Hold on. Hold the fuck on. If this is it... They're human. If we describe a human using the computer in the dungeon, hold the fuck on. Hold the phone, chat. Hold the phone. Hold the fucking phone. Hold the damn phone. Hold on, chat. Hold on to something. Hold on to something. This game is so fucking cool! Oh, this game is so fucking cool.
Stupid shitty room where you belong. Please don't one-shot me though, I really can't emotionally handle it. No!
Oh my god!
He input read me. I charged R2'd him from behind and he input read
Oh my god, I watched it happen as well.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
That was so personal.
Miko, you are such a prick. You know what I just realised? Normally when we fall asleep, Lou's flying around us. But because we found out, they're not. You come say hello? Yeah? You want to say hello to everyone? Put this on here for a sec. Come say hello. Yeah? Hello. Oh, say hello to everyone. Your sister as well. Hey? Oh, you want to get up there? Okay, come on. You go. You sit down up there. Excuse me, the cat might be in the background for a little while. You sit there, hey, waving your tail around.
See if the key opens it. Still here. Nazis never found it. Good job, Marcel. I'll see this gets to the right people.
Okay. That's what I like about these games.
So long, Beckett.
That we need to find not just one but 5 beavers, and literally everywhere, everywhere, just doesn't have beavers at all. There's 0 beaver. It's just like me when I go on a night out. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that.
Everything's still cool here, officer. You mean these delicious pre-packaged shelf-stable meal kits? Really easy to cook, no hassle, really cheap too. Buy some, try them out.
No hassle. There's a little of a hassle here, it appears. A moral hassle.
No problem here, officer. I get all this from one of my suppliers, an extremely reputable guy.
Wait. Humanex. Humanitarian aid.
Oh, he's a good guy. I think you'd get along. I'll let you know the next time he's around.
Interesting.
Me? It's a boring story, officer. Who cares about the past? I'm all business now. All Revachol.
This man probably comes from Seaguy, sometimes known as the Apricot Suzerainty, an archipelago in the Samaran Isola.
Very sharp, officer. I'm Serais.
Excuse me.
From the Seaguy
There are
province
ants in my
of
flat at the moment. I'm
Serais
trying to get
Empire.
rid of them.
The Apricot Suzerainty.
They
you
are
know?
very persistent.
Apricot Suzerainty calls to mind an era when the Seaguy archipelago was colonized by Revachol. It's a bit of a slur, in other words.
The Apricot Suzerainty is what the Seaguy archipelago is commonly known as in Revachol.
Dennis,
It's a bit
welcome
of
in,
a
dude.
fraught term, I'm
GG's
sure
on
you
redeeming
understand.
3rd. 16 times?
Oh no, apricots come from Seaguy. My grandma used to grow them. But Seaguy is a shithole. That's why I came to Revachol. Here's much better for an independent entrepreneur. Less laws. Speaking of, why not support an independent local entrepreneur? I send half my profits back to my grandma in Seaguy.
No, you don't. You don't even have a grandmother back in Seaguy. You're just saying that to get sales. But one at Vinegar where they come in and they lose where they have gone before. Yes, yeah. I mean, I might have some white vinegar for cleaning things, so I might put some in a spray bottle and then sort of spray it around the windowsill. Because I think that's where they're getting in. And I think they're getting in behind the sofa. There might be a hole in the floor. 20 litres of diesel on the... Well, the thing is, the colony's under my building, so... Can't quite do that. Excuse me. Oh, Kim's notebook is out. Even though... even though he's not holding it. Yep, there he goes. He puts it away. The game is a bit buggy these days, chat. I think they've broken it through updates. Drive today, new wheels I got soon. I hunt some bicycle drivers with my turbo. Don't bully cyclists.
My husband? No, he's not. I don't know. At home now? Out drinking with his friends? Working?
Where is this going, officer?
She gives you a short nod and shifts her attention back to books.
No, absolutely not.
She gives you a short nod and shifts her.
I don't mean to disrespect, sir, but you are being a bit of a cockatoo here.
For what it's worth, I agree. But cockatoos can't be stopped when they get ladies. It's better to indulge him at this point.
Then Silica and Dennis Bully Cyclist. No, don't. They do always with my wheelchair. Always ring behind me. Qfis is a cyclist now. Drive away. Don't buddy cyclists or people in wheelchairs. Two-wheelers should recognise a two-wheeler. Yeah, I mean, maybe they're just letting you know that they're coming, you know? They're sort of warning you that they're about to come past, because it's obviously a little bit scary sometimes when someone whooshes past you on a bike.
Nothing. Go read up on them if you're so interested. There's a great book in the bookstore.
Maybe you should. What if the cockatoo is your astral captain? Or your heraldic bird?
Please, let's do.
The woman before you nods and returns to her reading.
Bully cyclists who bike on the road in peak traffic with a bike lane 30 centimetres to the right. Oh yeah, if they're riding in the middle of the road and there's a bike lane, you need to beep at them and be like, get out of the way. But yeah, obviously, like I rode a BMX as my main form of transport for years, and the way some road users would just like almost fucking run me off the road, I'm like, what is your fucking problem? And then a bunch of times, like I've been hit by like 3 or 4 different cars in my life. And like 3 times out of the 4, the guy got out of the fucking car and started shouting at me. I'm like, dude, are you fucking serious? Like, you're wrapped in 2 tons of steel with airbags and shit. You just sent me flying into the fucking concrete. Like, I'm okay, by the way. I'm not fucking like dying or anything. How about you fucking like wake up? How about you learn how to use your fucking indicators? Bike lanes everywhere and people still driving them. Well, yeah, I don't know. The thing is, in the UK, we just don't have enough bike lanes. You put a bike lane in there and people use it to overtake. It's like, are you fucking serious? It's really dangerous.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Yes?
Curb has a bike lane here, so it's lifted up. Sometimes I did it because I want to not die. They see you not on the bike lanes. Cars are on the curb. Yeah, I mean, when I went to Amsterdam, it was a bit trippy because you had like the pavement, and then there was like a cycle lane, and then another bit of pavement, and then a tram line, and then another bit of pavement, and then the road. And then you get to the other side, and then there's another tram line, then an aisle, and then another cycle lane, then an aisle, and then the fucking pavement. I was like, fuck, is this fucking crazy? What the fuck you tea drinkers call it? What, the pavement? Drive around the corner and ignore the bike lane. This is kind of the thing. People drift into the bike lane, so you've got to put the curbs down and make it a separate, proper lane so that people won't drive into it. Because, don't get me wrong, I know some cyclists can be really fucking selfish and aggressive and do things that are kind of just fucking stupid. But then, a lot of drivers are very fucking stupid. I mean, I can't tell you, every time I go for my lunchtime walk, every day I go for my walk on my lunch, I see somebody doing something in a car that's stupid. Like, today I was walking across from one side of the road to the other, and a woman was looking to the left, indicating right and moving to the right. She was indicating right, moving to the right and looking left. And I was like, I'll just stand on the pavement and wait. And then she stopped and then started turning left whilst looking right, still indicating right. And I was like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, I just had to stand there and wait for her to not be anywhere near me before I could cross the road, because I have no idea what the fuck this person is thinking. They have no logic. It's fucking batshit insane. No idea what the fuck she was doing. People are assholes on the vehicle. Yeah, exactly. It's got nothing to do with the vehicle. It's just, you know, road users in general have the capacity to be selfish dickheads. It's just the problem is, but when someone's a selfish dickhead in a car, it's dangerous. When someone's a selfish dickhead on a bike, it's like, oh, they're a pain in the ass, but I overtook them and carried on. Like, yeah, when someone's a selfish dickhead in a car, like the motorways in England are fucking terrifying sometimes. People drifting around from lane to lane, people suddenly changing direction, people slamming the brakes on for no fucking reason. It's, yeah, you've got to give everybody a nice wide berth because you just don't know what they're going to fucking do. And this is it. I feel as if in the UK that you should have to do a driving aptitude test every 5 years. You should have to do a quick test where somebody gets in the car with you, you go for a drive to a certain place, and they sort of give you, you know, warnings and say you don't indicate properly or you didn't leave enough space here or whatever. But as long as you're not fucking like dangerous. But yeah, there are some people that are clearly just not fucking fit to drive, and yeah, everyone else's insurance has to be high enough to pay for the accident they're going to cause, even though the person, like, you know, who's paying for the insurance probably isn't going to have an accident, because a lot of people are fairly sort of, you know, sensible with their cars. But yeah, it only takes one person doing some stupid shit, and yeah.
Straw has not lessened since you were lost.
Yeah, rhetoric. Yeah, the UK, the bike lane is on the road, ours are on the curb. Yes, yeah, this is it. Like, you know, you've got, like, you know, a bike lane. The thing is, right, when you put the bike lane on the pavement, cyclists complain about pedestrians not looking where they're going and standing in the bike lane. But if you put the bike lane on the road, motorists complain about cyclists getting in the way. It's just like, you can't please everybody. But yeah, like, I've been riding my bike down the road on the left, out of the way, like almost touching the cars that are parked alongside the road, like right over to the left, and cars still fucking honk at me and fucking shout at me and throw stuff at me, and I'm like, what the fuck is your problem, dude? You know?
Mr. Dubois, a pleasure as always. You don't have to sit down this time, since you've already sat on that chair. Oh, that's very nice. I haven't gotten around to her yet. I'm very, very busy, you see. I hope you're getting along.
So a racing place only for bicycles indoor mostly. If you guys switch to the right side of the road, it'll be easier to drive. No. We drive on the right side of the road, which is the left. Switched in one evening. Should be one evening, not 1 week. We switched in one day. Depends on how big the curb is. Exists standard as 3 meters wide. Yeah, see, in the UK, the pavement could be 2 meters wide, or it could be like 7. It could be like 3 foot wide. Like, it's just, yeah. There's old cities and old towns that have, you know, pavements and like walkways that are like hundreds of years old. That, you know, even a horse and carriage wasn't really thought about back then. You know.
We're all trying to do what's best for Martinez. Don't feel like you can't cooperate with her.
Damn labourers who drive on the left.
And I'm helping you find
We
your
have that too, but normal roads then.
I'm not a jealous guy.
So yeah, so we sit on the right, because it's interesting, because in the UK we sit on the right hand side of the car, but we drive on the left hand side of the road. So we sort of cross each other going the other way. But I once went somewhere where I was sitting on the right-hand side of the car on the right-hand side of the road, which was a fucking trip, being next to parked cars and stuff when I was driving along. But then also being on the left side of the car, on the right side of the road as well, was kind of weird, because I was like, I feel like I should be over there, but if I was over there, I'd want to be in the middle of the car. So yeah, it's kind of, and the thing is, like, whenever you're driving in a different country, like, having a car in front of you to follow makes life so much easier. Even if you do occasionally, like myself, indicate and turn off with that car and then realize, I don't live down this road. That person lives down this road. I don't. I was just following them. But yeah, like, being on the wrong side of the road means that you're then not on the same channel, like the same lane in your head, like when you're, because I'm used to being near the middle of the road on the left, right? So when I'm on the outside of the road on the right, it's fucking weird, but I'm sitting on the, I'm changing gear with my left hand like I normally would. Put me on the left side of the car and I'm changing gear with my right hand and I'm using the clutch with my left foot like you should. Yeah, it's fucking just so wild. It's such a fucking trip. I don't really like driving in other countries. I haven't done it for years, to be honest, but yeah.
It's perfectly okay. Even if you've
yeah,
everything we've talked about,
I feel like
it's absolutely fine.
If you're going to drive on the other side of the road, you want to sit on the other side of the car. But then, yeah, changing gear with my right hand just feels so strange. It's been so many years of changing gear with my left hand. It feels so strange to pull towards me for first when I'm so used to pushing away from me for first. It's just, it's such a fucking trip at first. Yeah. Imagine your wheel is done wrong. I bet that's more dangerous in accidents. Like only 82% of the world drives on the right. Only like 82% drives on the right. Stalker, this dude follows us for 30 kilometers. He looks dangerous. We have a this tunnel view, small village. So yeah, I've driven like 100 miles in the wrong direction, just following a car. But yeah, roundabouts where you're on the right hand side of the road and you have to turn right on the roundabout rather than left. That fucking spins me out the first few times. But yeah, obviously it's one of those things where the first couple of days is weird, but then you get used to it. But at the same time, it's like,
What do you mean, Harry? Nothing. I let him go. He's an old man, Harry. I wanted him to spend more time with his family. God knows how long he's got left. Harry, I have little people in my organization. I would never call someone a midget. What is this? Honestly, I'm beginning to think you're a midget, Harry. I'm only kidding, Harry. You're not a midget. No one is. We're pals.
countries that don't, former English colonies. Guys have 5 mini roundabouts, and a roundabout is more insane. Well, the magic roundabout, yeah, it's fucking insane. Is it Exeter? Oh, is it Exeter? Or is it Cardiff? Or is it Luton? Swindon. Oh, fuck off. Didn't click that. Swindon, yeah, it's literally, this makes people cry. This roundabout makes people fucking cry. Yeah, it's fucking, oh, I don't want to fucking look at anything on Facebook. Fuck off. Fuck off, Google. Stop suggesting Facebook. Because I can't just click on the picture and look at it. But yeah, this fucking breaks people. And the fact is, it's because there's roundabouts that aren't fully, like there isn't like a round bit on the outside to make it, you understand it's it looks like it's just a junction, but it's not. It's actually a roundabout, so you can, yeah. But this is, I have no fucking idea. But yeah, they call it the Magic Roundabout because yeah, there was a TV show called The Magic Roundabout, which is what those characters were from. But yeah, it's fucking. But I mean, the country, the sign literally says the Magic Roundabout. But yeah, I can't even fucking imagine what it must be like. Because yeah, like I just feel like most people would be like, oh, whatever, and just drive the direction they want to go. I can't even imagine what it must be like when it's busy. The thing is, when there's traffic and there's loads of cars everywhere, fair enough. But yeah, I feel like at some point they're going to have to fucking redo it and just change how it works, because yeah, I can't even imagine how many fucking accidents. Because yeah, like the if you get insurance on your rental car, the Arc de Triomphe, all car insurance is void. Oh, is it an urban myth? Okay. But I was told that when you rent a car, is Is it a myth or is it not? This is the trouble. Because yeah, I'm fairly certain we rented a car and they said the Arc de Triomphe is not far from here. Anywhere near that, the insurance doesn't cover it. And I was like, okay, that's a bit strange. Shadow Blood King, welcome in. And a bit more insane. You go to America. I heart nice car stories with tourists who found not the way. Like India and Thailand with their motor. Oh yeah, there's no law. It's fucking lawless. It's ridiculous. Top Street View, Berlin column. One normal though. We have some of them. All the links look like a myth too. Well, this is it. It's, you know, you check something. Oh, it's an urban myth. It doesn't actually. And then you find an article that says, yeah, no, it was actually one insurance company that said they're not going to cover you. And then all the insurance companies got together and said, listen, this is costing us too much money. Insurance is void under certain places, and the Arc de Triomphe was one of them. But it may have been that the car insurance in France is going to cover it, but your UK car insurance won't, maybe, because you can take your car to France pretty easily, right? Because that's where it gets complicated, is when you've got like insurance on something like a car, it moves around a lot. So if it does your insurance cover you when you're abroad, they could say, yeah, you're covered for third-party fire and theft, but you're not covered for anything on the Arc de Triomphe because it's too high risk. Because that's all the insurance companies do, is calculate risk, right? And yeah, the Arc de Triomphe is probably one of the most sort of, you know, accident-prone spots in France. Ask the general who's set up for you. Rainbow Tiger, welcome in. How's it going? Bet the Parisian fucked with you. Maybe, yeah. Maybe they just lied to me so that I wouldn't go on the Arc de Triomphe. Maybe it was some fucking lie, but yeah.
Vanished? Harry, the woman left her casserole in the oven and couldn't make it here in time for the voting. Oh, did I leave my casserole on? Better go home and check. The election can wait. When she got back, the whole thing was over.
Wait, there was no mention of a casserole from Joyce.
Harry, Harry, Harry. Do not fixate on this little matter. Maybe it was a rabbit stew, or a hairdryer, or an iron. The point is, her heart wasn't in it.
Be surprised they are
Mine
kind of
was.
arseholes. Yeah, Parisians can be particularly fucking rude, right?
This particular brand
I've
of
experienced
humor
that.
he has, it makes for a fine distraction.
And this is the thing, is that like there are like one or two parts of Paris that are really nice. Like there's a handful of places that are really, really nice, but really expensive, right? But like the vast majority of Paris feels like a fucking ghetto. Like you can go down, you can turn onto a road and there's like fucking like handmade shacks made out of like just rubble and detritus, like proper like shanty town ghetto shacks. And there's just like refuse everywhere. It's like, fuck, this looks like a fucking ghetto, because it is. It's kind of fucking crazy.
Yes, yes. Low balling, of course. This isn't a casino.
Getting a new
Harry.
Spider-Man skin Saturday,
Real
Tom
people,
Holland
real
skin.
livelihoods are at
Yeah,
stake.
so
But everything's a casino for those rich types.
one of my favourites, Hattie and Kate, is playing Spider-Man 2 at the moment, and they did a cosplay of Black Cat, but there's loads of cool suits in the Spider-Man games, so I'm sure some of those will make their way over.
His expression.
If the franchises have done a deal.
This is childish and irresponsible behavior.
God beneath the Eiffel Tower is very dangerous now too, especially for women. Yeah, I mean, like somebody was like showing, like they were doing a video of the Eiffel Tower, and they just turned around and there was just piles of rubbish in the street with rats running around. It was like, Paris is actually cooked, chat. It's fucked. Like, you know, it's gone.
If she actually wants to see me, she will find a way. Any good negotiator would. And I just don't have anything to
DC, sorry,
discuss
no
with a bad
disrespect to Marvel
negotiator.
fans. Leaving for vacation on Friday. Really? Where are you going? Anywhere nice? Hope you enjoy it, dude. I could do with a vacation. I think I might take some days off work just to fucking sleep and do a few bits of around the flat. 'Cause, yeah, I feel like I need some days during the week. Speaking of which, I think I'm playing golf on Saturday this week, so I'll stream on Sunday because there's no Formula 1 race, so I won't miss anything. So if I stream on Sunday and then wrap up by 5:30, that should work. So I'll stream on Sunday this week rather than Friday because I can't do Saturday. So yeah, I will be able to do it. I thought, I really want to do a daytime stream. I like doing daytime streams. daytime streams. But yeah, I'll have to do that on Sunday. A lot of fentanyl cases, sadly, turning into some parts of the... Yeah, there's an awful lot of parts of Paris that are pretty run down and full of some pretty sketchy people. And, you know, yes, it's the people that make it sketchy, but at the same time, you know, the government and the sort of local authorities have a responsibility to police and regulate it to keep it under control. You can't just be like, oh, well, people are going to do fucking crack cocaine in the street. You know, it's just... Like someone tweeted they were doing some contract work in Paris, and they said it's really nice here. I was walking through the park and I saw two homeless men giving each other the COVID vaccine, and I was like, they weren't injecting the COVID vaccine, but they know that they know. I know that they know. But yeah,
he doesn't want.
They're like, it's really heartwarming. They were giving each other the COVID vaccine. I was like, oh man, no, come on, this is fucking bad. Because yeah, you've got like public parks and stuff. And there's fucking sharps just lying on the floor. It's like,
of course, Harry. Let me just assure you one more time. It's perfectly okay.
Going to Maine? Well, I hope you enjoy it, dude. Is it going to be a long flight? Have you got a long way to go?
This is a completely transparent
I hope you enjoy it, dude. Have you got anything planned? Are you going there for a particular reason or anything? But obviously, if you're not comfortable talking about it, just let me know. But yeah, go every year around this time. Really? Okay. Have you got family and friends there then? Are you going by car? Okay. Is it quite a long drive? 4 hours to get there. Yeah, I mean, in America, that's fairly standard, right? It's usually 2 or 3 hours driving down a highway, like dead straight for 2 or 3 hours. And yeah, it's something I'd like to. I mean, so there's a train journey that goes from the west coast in the north, and then down the east, from the east coast along the north, and then down the west coast, and then back along. And then I'd fly home. And yeah, it kind of allows you to see a lot of the different kinds of terrain and kind of environments there are in America. And I'd like to do it one day. It would obviously be like, weeks and weeks and weeks. I'd have to fucking take a long break from work, which I can't afford to do at the moment. But yeah, maybe when I'm retired, if I get a chance to retire, but you never know. With this economy, I'll be working till I'm 110. The NHS will keep resuscitating me to fucking go back to work. But yeah. Beneath the Eiffel Tower, the police should just get them. Yeah, this is it. It's policing. It's regulating. There's things you could do to make it better, but they just don't. Last time I went golfing, my club went further than the ball. Golf ain't for Tiger. Well, not Rainbow Tiger, but Tiger Woods. Yeah. Golf's a long, fucking difficult game. It's a bit of a funny one, but yeah. Safe travels, of course. Leaving Friday and then come back on August 8th. Oh, a safe journey, dude. 4 hours is 10 meters in London. Mate, if there's a traffic jam, 4 hours could be fucking 9 feet. You could be sitting in traffic in parts of London for multiple hours. It's fucked. Something goes wrong, yeah, it's fucked. Live in Massachusetts, in Kentucky. So you have that Boston accent. You say coffee.
I have
Boston,
no
where they drink
in what she is
coffee.
Doing, but I myself have nothing to hide. Your business is your business, and I respect your privacy. Just remember, none of this is secret. Tell her about all of it. My brother's picture, my singing swordfish clock. Tell her how overweight I am and how I'm helping you find your lost gum. Tell her about everything. Everett doesn't mind.
But it reminds me of
Who put the milk in the can?
Which one of y'all flat-foot children did that? Because they put them, rather than putting the milk in the fridge, put it in the fucking kitchen.
It was nice telling him about her right now.
Which one of y'all flat-foot children?
Soon,
Flat-foot.
Just kidding, but not too much.
Fucking hell, man. Oi, oi, oi. Diddy boy. Yeah, like, do you know what, right? You know what's fucking crazy? Is that everybody in The Departed did like a really strong Boston accent, but Jack Nicholson was like, nah, I don't want to do that. Everyone else in the film spent ages doing a proper Boston accent, but Jack Nicholson was like, nah, I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to fucking deliver the dialogue the way I want to deliver the dialogue. Absolute hero. Oh man, yeah. Absolute fucking hero.
Oh, hey, mister. I knew you'd be back to talk with old Leo here. Yes, I did. It's like Lady Larice. Sure, mister. Absolutely. I'm always willing to help out nice fellows such as yourself. Oh, yes. I leave all kinds of notes for myself. That old head of mine ain't so good at keeping things in no more. I almost forgot about the borscht. Oh, yes. I've been taking special whirling borscht to the men every day.
Mila Kunis laughed her ass off in TED every time Mark said beer. Goes with Adam Sandler to basketball matches. They're friends somehow. Yeah, well, this is it. Like, Adam Sandler made a bunch of money, and then just now, apparently, he just floats around New York, just being a bit of a dude, you know?
Very, very
and I respect it.
Makes a man feel so warm and happy. I feel like I could take on Mr.
But yeah.
board dogs every time the lunch is done.
I think we've looked for it before, but yeah. I'd like to take a moment to address my fellow nominees, who will now forever be known as the motherfuckers that lost to Adam Sandler. Because he's so self-aware of the fact that nobody takes him seriously as an actor, even though he is an actor, you know.
Alcohol, however.
Dresses very normal. Nah, he doesn't. He wears like massive baggy clothes and stuff. It's crazy, but he can do what he wants. You know, he's made so much money. Somebody in my Billie Eilish club saw my Billy pick and reacted. Damn. Okay.
Yes. I'm taking it to them.
Not suits at the Oscars. Does he wear? I can't remember if he wears suits or not.
In the whirling in rags.
I'm not sure if he's ever won an Oscar. I think he's definitely won awards for, like, you know, but I don't know if he's won an Oscar.
Oh, sure, mister. Sure. You do that. Yes,
Same
sure.
players that you always use. Well, yeah, this is it. He probably didn't think he was going to win, you know. And I don't want to come across like I'm fucking dragging the guy. Like, I think Adam Sandler's fucking hilarious. You know, he had his moment. He fucking seized it. He made a bunch of films that were hilarious, and then he fucking dipped. You know, he's made a bunch of money, and now he just fucking floats around New York, just being a bit of a dude. You know, I respect it. Loads of people would try and fucking milk it as much as possible and just fucking completely sell out and lose all integrity. But nah, he made a bunch of films, made a bunch of money, and just decides to fucking live his life now, you know? And this is it. People are like, oh, he's throwing it all away. He needs to start making films again. It's like, nah, man, he needs to fucking live his life. You know, he's done it. This is it. People need to learn when to quit, you know? And it's like Jack Black. You know, he got a fucking star on the Walk of Fame, and he was like, that's it, you know, I'm going to retire. And I was like, no. He's like, well, no, that's it, it's done, I've done it, you know, look, I've got a fucking star on the Walk of Fame. I've achieved it, I've done it, you know? And it's kind of like, yeah, I think people need to respect when somebody's done the fame and celebrity thing, especially actors, and they want to step away, you know? And it's not like you can't step away and come back. Daniel Day-Lewis has retired, like, what, 3 times? But, yeah. Daniel Day-Lewis is a bit different. They are probably one of the greatest actors to have ever walked the earth. Like, the amount of different films they've been in that they have completely and utterly embodied and, like, symbolized and referenced, like, the character they're trying to play so incredibly well. It's insane, you know? Jennifer Aniston yelled him out for not wearing a suit. He financed every movie he makes, so he owns the rights. He's worth like $1 billion. Well, there you go. Best Walk of Fame speech was Jeff Bridges doing it as the dude. Oh, did he do it as the dude? Okay. Well, that's just like a star on the Walk of Fame, man. Took Trump's head and put it on a battery. Oh, yeah. This is like jokes. Like, the joke is the joke, but using AI to make pictures, it's like, It's almost like the thing with memes and stuff. Like, when somebody uses AI to make a meme and it's all like perfectly blended and everything, I'm like, okay. But when somebody like really badly cuts part of a picture in paint and then like erases around it and puts it on like another picture and it's really jank the cut, I'm like, perfection. This is how memes should be. You know, they need to be a little rough around the edges. Otherwise, it's not really a meme, you know?
Why are you even trying to open a door with rhetoric?
Love the dude. What if AI does the Yankee part so you think it's pain? Well, this is the thing, is that when it comes to like chaotic, unpredictable like aspects of like art, that's where AI is always going to struggle. AI can try and approximate the finished product, but like all of the idiosyncratic nuances and the sort of grain attached to doing real art, that needs to be a human touch. And I think that like a lot of people that have sort of, you know, grown up using a tablet to draw, they're going to miss out on that process of like drawing and making a mistake, but then realizing it kind of works. And then because when they draw a line on a tablet, it's kind of adjusting it and snapping it into place based on what it thinks you want to see. And it results in like, you know, I mean, if you've ever seen the whole like, you know, graphic artist, the whole sort of, you know, stream graphic artist, all those logos they make that are all really samey, that's what I think it is. I think they get drawn on a tablet and they're just like, they're all like kind of mathematically like spaced and organized, and it doesn't have that much soul. Whereas when I come across somebody that's like got a really interesting streaming logo that's kind of like clearly unique and not perfect, but it's kind of theirs, that's what I love. That's what I like, is when someone's like, I really like this kind of logo, could you make my name, my stream name, into that, you know, like varsity overlapping letters, or, you know, on like an American football shirt, the sort of steep like calligraphy sort of like in an arch that's like not that, it's like straight. Or could you do like, you know, Latino graffiti calligraphy, or could you do like freehand or something, and you can do something unique with it that doesn't look like, because the thing is, all of these mass-produced streamer logos, they all look the same, which is the complete opposite of what a logo should do. A logo should be a representation of you and your brand that stands out. You want it to look different. So I don't use a profile picture for my stream. I use the emote that I use the most often, because it kind of like it's recognizable, and also like it's different. It stands out when I look at the list of all the people that I follow. I see my own stream, it looks different, so you know, it stands out. But that's what a logo is supposed to do. Stabby, welcome in again. Enjoy. Thank you for the alert, dude. I appreciate that. Lurk and try and stress work through this coursework reset. Hopefully it's not too stressful, dude. Make sure you don't push yourself too hard. Drink water. Yes, drink water. Get enough sleep.
Because what wasn't?
But yeah, like there's so many instances where you see the, like if you're lucky enough to be able to see the work that went into a piece of like art, and you see the concept sketches and the practices and the palette where they sort of mix paints and create like lumps of color to figure out what they want the colors to be, and then then they put that, all of that research into a piece of artwork. When you see all that extra work, all the doodles and notes and sketches and stuff, that's so important that that phase exists. Whereas I think drawing on a tablet, it's kind of just aiming for the end result immediately, and I don't think there's enough creative freedom in there. And I don't like dislike people using tablets to draw. It's really helpful for some people to have, you know, a tablet to draw on rather than real paper. But I do feel like there are limitations that people aren't aware of when it comes to the creative process. So I think there's a time and a place for both. I think for quick concept sketches, a tablet is great because you can draw something, save it, new page, draw something, save it. But like doing a finished piece of artwork, I think, you know, doing it in the real world with real materials and having that sort of grain and soul and tactility to it, there's something very, very satisfying about that, I think, not only to create, but also to look at. Because, yeah, I see a lot of stuff that's just, you know, it's there, it's a drawing of something, but I just don't see it as like, you know, it hasn't quite got something. It feels like it's missing something, and I can tell that some of the lines have been like organized by some sort of mathematical estimation of where that line should sit relative to everything else, rather than a human being drawing the line because they felt like that's how the line should look, if that makes sense. There isn't as much freedom. But yeah, people can draw without, as long as people are drawing. This is the thing, you know, I don't want to hate on it. I don't hate on it, but you know, it's as long as people are drawing, that's the important thing. But yeah, I really wish some kids would just put the tablet down every now and again and just draw on paper for a little while, just to get used to it. I feel like there is something there, just like film photography. There's something there. There is something about it. Does monster count? Golden ratio is mass too. Yes, but the golden ratio in terms of composition, but you don't want to use the golden ratio for every single curved line on your, you know, you sometimes the curved line is going to be a different shape.
Now is not the time to get philosophical, detective. You can do that after hours.
But yeah, I worry that, you know, there's a bunch of stuff you learn from drawing with a pencil and a piece of paper that I think that kids potentially miss out on. And I want them to love drawing as much as I love drawing, and I want them to experience all the various different kinds of drawing that are out there, you know. But yeah, it's very clinical, it's very clean, it's very quick, it's very easy. But I think in the process you lose a degree of like an unexpected kind of like materials behavior. It's difficult to explain. Like, this is the thing, like once you've drawn with graphite and, you know, other various mediums and stuff, you begin to understand how each one is really good at doing something, and that the process of learning how to do that with this thing that's good at it teaches you that thing really, really well, which you can then apply in digital if you want. But yeah, like there's definitely a bunch of times where I'm trying to draw something on a computer, I just can't get it to look right, but I can draw it in like 10 seconds. Take a photograph with my phone, put the picture on my fucking phone from my phone onto Photoshop, and then draw over the top of it in Photoshop, and it looks perfect. But I just can't get it to fucking look right on the computer. I have to draw it first, because there's this degree of control that I feel when I'm drawing with real materials that you don't get with a tablet. It's kind of correcting you, and I see people drawing, and as they're drawing a line, I can see it changing shape as they draw, and it stretches and it warps based on, you know, how long the line is. And it's just like, oh, it feels like it's changing the line that you've just drawn. It's sort of taking over and saying, I know you did this, but you probably meant this, right? And like when people just sort of tap and it just creates a mathematical gradient from one point to the other, or maybe the gradient needs to be a bit shallow or a bit, you know, a bit longer, or, you know, maybe it needs to have a curve to it, you know, maybe it needs to drop off really quickly, or maybe it needs to fade in really, really quickly, you know. It's just, there's all sorts of things you can do with shading and stuff when you learn like graphite and charcoal. Begin to understand how you can take a bunch of lines and just add a bit of tone, and suddenly it's not just a drawing anymore. It's this thing that exists on the page that, you know, sticks out and sort of has presence. But, you know, not to be a waffling pretentious art guy, but yeah, I just hope that kids don't only draw on tablets. I hope they also get access to the various materials you can use to draw with. Because yeah, I think there is something that it teaches you. It does teach you something. I know for some things using a drawing tablet is better, as it's basically just the same as process, but digital. Kind of, yeah. Like I think if you were drawing, like if you're drawing isometric kind of like plans for something, obviously drawing on a computer, you can just make a bunch of 45-degree lines and just go from there, or 20 degrees or 60 degrees or whatever you want. So it's, you know, but at the same time, when you're drawing perspective, you can get a drawing board that has two like pins, and then you can have like elastic bits of string and then like a plotter, and you can put the plotter down and draw a line along the string, and no matter where you put this plotter, it's going to draw straight lines towards the point. So you can basically do like all kinds of angles of perspective. It's really interesting to see it done. You know the bug with Dick Mullen hat and Kim's crowbar? No. Because yeah, I'm wearing. Is this Dick? I think this is just a hat that I found. I don't know if this is a. Oh, this is Dick Mullen's hat, and I've got the crow. I do have the crowbar. I have the pry bar. Parallel motion board. Maybe it's called a parallel motion board. I'm not sure. Technically, it is math. It's an insanely huge amount of paintings and architecture. Yeah, and what's scaring me at the moment is that I'm reading that Palantir is buying up loads of books to scan them, to put them in their AI, but they're destroying the books afterwards. Like, so these books no longer exist anywhere apart from on their AI, that seems to me like a enormous breach of trust in terms of like the preservation of humankind's, you know, work. It's fucked. Can't open the ice cream maker with a crowbar, it may break. Oh, you can break the crowbar. Okay, well, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do. Thank you for warning me. I don't want to do that. But welcome in, Omarita. Good to see you. Anthropic, different. Is it Anthropic, not Palantir? Sorry. Game doesn't handle well losing items. You can't just reacquire it from the car. Oh, the game doesn't handle well losing items. You can. So you can reacquire it, or you can't reacquire it? Because you're saying it doesn't handle well losing items. I'm not sure, but yeah. Yeah, I don't want to break it. Hello, Red. How you doing? Dumber than most. Welcome indeed. Yeah, I'm not too bad. Not too bad. I think I've got 7 hours of sleep, which is really good for me. Normally it's like 4, but I think I've got 7, which is a bit better than usual. And it wasn't massively disturbed until about 3 a.m. So for the most part, the first half of my sleep, where all the deep sleep is, yeah. So I got a good chunk of it. So I feel like I'm sleeping a bit better, which is good. But yeah. Planetary is just dystopian mass surveillance by Peter Thiel. Anthropic is AI chat stuff. I see. Crumbs, you absolute fishwife. Are you the wife of a fishmonger? Or have you just not washed your bits in a few days? Excuse me. Welcome, Endil. Good to see you. You can, because it checks for the ability for an item by asking, does Harry already have it? Oh, I see. So if I lose an item in some way, it basically just, when I go to... So that's actually the GIF that was playing there is a different bit. The fishy is from one of the films. That's just a bit where they're on I think it's Camden Dock, and this guy keeps jogging backwards and forwards, slapping a fish in this guy's face, and then he pulls out a giant fish and hits him into the lock. And yeah, that's a slightly different one, but yeah, the fishy that fucking kills me. That one does. The Ice Girl. Nice to hear, mate. I've just been to the cinema today. Did you watch? Is it Odyssey? Odysseus or Odyssey? Is that what it's called? The Nolan film, where they've taken the IMAX camera and they've made it like a box that goes around it to make it quieter, and they set up mirrors so that the actors can see each other whilst being filmed, because the fucking camera's so big they can't film over people's shoulders because the camera's too big. Yeah. Spider-Man brand. Oh, it's a new Spider-Man film. How was it? Did you enjoy it? I hope you did. You can, because it checks the ability for an item by asking, does Harry know of it? Nice to hear, mate. How's it going, Dawes? Good to see you, dude. Sound of the hat. Fish scene is from the beginning of the. So is it from the meaning of life? Okay. Not saying sorry about that. Was Jonah Jameson in it? No. Honestly, it's honestly the best Spider-Man film. Really? Okay, I'm glad to hear it was good. No reason to watch it. New Spider-Man skin drops in Fortnite. Yeah, there's a new Spider-Man skin in Fortnite apparently. Doing a double feature of both tomorrow. Fuck it, you're gonna watch both of them. Are there 2 Spider-Man films? The whole Marvel universe just ballooning in complexity and size. I just completely went off superhero films for a while. Yeah, it was really good. I liked the more serious tone. Okay. The Odyssey. Oh, you're gonna watch the Odyssey and Spider-Man. Okay. So how are you gonna orientate? Are you gonna watch Spider-Man first and then like finish up with something serious, or are you gonna watch Odyssey first to be like, oh wow, that was really serious, but then you're gonna watch Spider-Man to lighten the mood? Because obviously, depending on which way around you do it, it's quite a different day. Russian know that Elysium is. We've been living in it for 5 years. Well, yeah. I mean, a lot of Elysium feels like it's kind of referencing like a post-communist age in Estonia, because that's where the developers are from, right? But please let me know if that's the correct way to say your name. I wasn't sure how to pronounce it. I apologize. Made 4 Spider-Mans. Will not lighten the mood. Spider-Man won't lighten the mood. Okay. I won't drop any spoilers. Okay, so yeah. So Spider-Man won't lighten the mood. So yeah, it's going to be a very serious film, and then all we know is that it won't lighten the mood. So yeah. Odyssey first, then food and drinks nearby, then Spider-Man as a palate cleanser for the evening. Fair. That sounds pretty good. That sounds like a pretty good plan. I don't even know if there's an IMAX cinema anywhere near me, but obviously if they show Odyssey, like a normal cut of Odyssey at the cinema down the road from me, I'll go watch it there.
Still here, stuck in this damn jam, my man. What's up? Huh? Oh, no, I ain't got any money. They don't want to pay for unfinished work. The bosses, man.
Right, what do we do with Tommy the Hom? Pretty sure. That's day 3. Give Kuno the drugs. Yes, yeah, I suppose let's see if we can do that, because I think that would then push us over the limit, right? Because we might that'll be only -4. Shit, okay.
Makes sense. It sucks is what it does.
Really want to watch Odyssey. Do tell if it's good. I heard it's Matt Damon's best performance ever. Yeah, I mean, Christopher Nolan doesn't really fuck around, and the fact that they've decided, the fact that they're still out there making films in IMAX, you know, like, I think it's 70mm. It's quite a big frame. So yeah, you get a lot of quality, but obviously the cameras are fucking ridiculous to use. You know, they're noisy, they're huge, they take a lot of time to set up and everything. You've only got like 90, I think it's like 90 seconds per shot. But I suppose you could do some stitching to sort of make that a bit longer, or maybe. But then again, I don't know if they've made custom cameras for this film. Yeah, they have these big boxes. There's a camera, but it all goes into a box because the cameras make a fucking shit ton of noise, which makes obviously, you know, filming and recording people speaking, which is, you know, part of filming, right? Difficult.
Nope, don't smoke.
Whatever, only heard good things. Yeah, lots of people have said good things about it. 15 perforated 65mm IMAX Keeley camera that he broke, or like all 4 of them. So he broke all 4 of them because they broke. I mean, they broke an IMAX camera on one of the Batman films when they were chasing something with like obviously a truck with a fucking crane arm that's big enough to support an IMAX camera. And they were chasing the Batmobile, and then like the Batmobile had to slow down and stop, and they fucking crashed into the back of it and smashed the camera. And yeah, there was only a handful of IMAX cameras in the world at that time.
Some of the other
God knows how much
drivers
it was
do,
worth, but yeah.
There's still a few around, waiting for the jam to disperse. Or waiting for the sweet.
Angry at Nolan about Odyssey, he trashed a Viking ship, and he didn't want to pay for it. Nobody has used a cameras quite like these before, from what I've seen. Yeah, well, yeah, the cameras exist, but like. I think that with Odyssey, it's the fact that the entire film is shot on IMAX, whereas I think before only certain shots could only really get away with certain long shots, big open spaces, you know, with actors in the distance, because the noise the camera made and everything. So the Odyssey is the first time a film is completely all the way through IMAX. It's not edited with other film formats.
Yep. Nothing wrong with that statement. Your
so yeah, I'd like to see it, just to see what the fuss is about. I don't know if I'll be able to get it on Blu-ray. I'm sure everyone will hate me for saying that, but yeah, public cinemas do my fucking head in. People just don't know how to fucking act in the cinema anymore.
Check the kiosk down the street. Frit. With 3 T's. Rebishaw's weird.
Trashed like a Viking longboat. But yeah, I did read about a guy who was kicked out or banned from a cinema because he showed up with a crock pot full of chili, and he was selling bowls of it to people in the theatre. And the cinema banned him for it. But yeah, what a fucking hero, showing up to a film with like a functioning crock pot, plugging it into one of the plug sockets they use for the vacuum cleaners when they clean. Just fucking doling out fucking bowls of chili. Designers Prodigy, welcome in. Had the cinema to myself for Toy Story 5. Really? That's nice. That's nice. Because yeah, the thing is, like, if I'm gonna go, if I'm desperate to see a film, and I have to see it in a mainstream cinema, I'll always ask them, like, how long have you got it on for? What showing? What days? What times of the day do you show it? And what days of the week do you show it on? And like, which is going to be the quietest? Because I want to go in there and there'd be like barely anyone. I don't want to. I can't have the place to myself because I can't rent it. But if I can go there and there's only like 4 or 5 other people, the chances of someone being a prick are pretty low. So it's like, if I have to go see a film in a public cinema, like a mainstream cinema, I want to go at the end of the run of it being shown on the most obscure day. But luckily, a lot of the sort of more art housey kind of creative films that I like to see are shown in art gallery cinemas, and I have an art gallery that's got a cinema down the road from me, so I try to go there as much as possible, because yeah, having a cinema just a 10-15 minute walk from my house that's like a small private viewing kind of cinema, it's not, I'm pretty sure I could book it out if I wanted to, but yeah, they show sort of more sort of arty kind of films, right? Which is nice because it's quieter, it's a smaller cinema, the seats are fairly brand new. There is a cafe outside where you can get a coffee and a brownie or whatever. And yeah, it's like it's like a 10-minute walk from my flat. It's really close. I'm a member of the I'm a supporter of the gallery, so I get a bit of a discount as well. But yeah,
got a blockade set up, making demands, no way in or out.
So weird people don't shut up for the cinema on the and it's in America as well. People are cheering and clapping and throwing food around. It's like, I get that you're excited, but for me, the cinema has always been this kind of sacred, like it's like going to a fucking play, right? And there's people up on the stage and you're making noise. You're going to get told to shut up. The trouble is cinemas have become less and less relevant, so they've got less and less revenue, and therefore they can't really afford to pay for an usher to be in the cinema, because there used to be a guy at the front just standing there by the fire exit, and if somebody was making noise, they'd just shine a torch at you. It was like this torch with a cone that focused the light into a point, and he'd just shine the torch at you and be like, and tell you to shut up. So most people did, but they don't pay for it anymore, and as a result, people just fucking act like animals, and the mess they leave behind. There used to be like a spilt drink every now and again, but now it's the lights go up and there's just fucking food everywhere, all over the floor. And you're like, you guys are fucking animals, man. Like, yeah. Anyway, speaking of things that are fucking terrible, we do have an ad break coming up. I need to pop you guys over on the BRB screen. There'll be a raffle and some clips for you guys that want to hang out. Please feel free to get up and move around, grab a drink or snack. You won't miss anything. I'm going to take a break as well, but yes, I'll be back in just a moment. Come on, come on. There we go. Woo. First go on New Game Plus. Let's go. Yeah, I think... Or maybe it's me just breaking games. Binnies. They will do them. But then they get a little bit confused afterwards. This is what courage looks like.
I remember now.
When it works, chat. When it works, it works. It's so fucking cool. Oh, really? Like that, is it? So we're going to carry on down here. Oh. Bye. Oh, no. We might need to put a couple of fans. Excuse me. What you get, bruv. Fuck around and find out. That's what you get. This little menace, running around the flat like an absolute lunatic, eating lettuce off the floor, being an absolute nutcase. Hey? That was when we first got Artorias, bless him. Oh, excuse me. Green screen's falling off.
Some pretty wild stuff, I hear. Like a giant new power crane in half the company? I forget what exactly. Good on them, I guess.
Bring back the torch guy. Torch guy? From where? With a taser this time. Watching a horror movie, got jump scared and my leg hit the popcorn bucket, saying the popcorn on top. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you used to see it in horror films because, yeah, people would drop their food when they got scared. But yeah, I mean, like, yeah, I've seen posts on socials from people that work in cinemas, and it's like, you find all sorts of rubbish from like stuff that they don't sell in the cinema lobby, foyer, whatever you want to call it. Like, yeah, it's like people have brought stuff with them. People have like defecated and urinated and stuff. And it's like, oh, fuck's sake, man. And like a lot of the sort of like mainstream cinemas, commercial cinemas, the floor is obviously vinyl, and then so it's all on a slope, and they just fucking just hose it down. They just run water, just pour buckets of boiling water with soap from the top, and then just try and scrub between the seats as much as possible to clean it. But yeah, it's fucked. It's disgusting. But you know, you leave a bunch of people alone in a dark room, they're going to do all kinds of weird shit. Unfortunately, can't be trusted. Well, bloody intentional though. But it was English. You were like, fuck the peasant. No, don't call me Norwegian. Nedge is Swedish too, isn't it? No? A Swede I watch on YouTube uses it a lot. When I look up, it says it's Swedish, so fight me, Swede. No more Swedish than you. Cry, Stabby is offending me, blah, blah, blah. Doesn't help happen in every country. Never seen that in Sweden. Yeah. No, the cinemas, it's
I've heard
it's disgusting.
A company rep in town too. Like a strike negotiator type. They'd know what's up. Precise demands and so on.
Like, there's fucking like limits to it, but like, you know, a little bit of mess, but yeah, like everybody leaving, like just everything all over the fucking floor. It's fucked. Because yeah, people can't be fucking trusted, you know. Like people that have left drinks in the drink holder and stuff. It's not too bad, but yeah. But occasionally I'll see a social media post and someone's like, this is what the cinema looks like after blah, blah, blah film. And it's like, fuck me, man. There's like, they didn't eat any of that food. It's just all over the fucking floor.
They want to keep that money flowing in, my man. Ka-ching.
You guys don't have manners, apparently. Thine face is offensive to mine eyes. Your face offends my mirror. Uses ugly bugly.
He doesn't blame them, but he's not on their side. That's for sure.
Fucking people say they've got a face for radio. It's like,
anything else?
Fucking hell.
Yeah, this ain't really my area of expertise. I just do my job and get paid. I have things
Speak to the hand because the face ain't listening.
All of us do. Us lorry drivers, camionneurs. You still hang around here waiting for this mess to end. Most have scurried off somewhere to get drunk or high. Or laid. Not that I blame them, really. Not my thing. Chasing transient pleasures is a drag these days. I prefer the examined life now. thinking, reflecting, observing.
What's better than chasing transient pleasures? The more transient, the better. When one's ended, you can get onto the next one.
Gotta respect the Ali G of the G. Yeah, fucking Sacha Baron Cohen has created some fucking iconic and the fact that they showed up to Wimbledon as Ali G as promotion for there's a new Ali G film in the works. But yeah,
he tries his best to look nonchalant, but there's a rigidity in him, as if trying to conceal something warm and deep beneath a cool exterior.
So empathy. Have we got any clothing that helps us with empathy? The glasses? Oh, it's authority, okay. Empathy? Do we use all of our skill points? Yeah. Shitty biscuits.
Still here, stuck in this damn jam.
Ease into it. Don't go too far. This seems like a personal matter.
Mr. Very Much Stinkyton. Bono. Smoothie check, by all means. Today's smoothie is Iron Brew. No, I've got some Bolt from the Blue. Blue Bolt, whatever you want to call it, in the fridge. Bono, I'm too friendly. When are you friendly? Literally, whenever they're not talking to you, Stabs. Krill. when they're talking to literally anybody else.
You really are the law, aren't you? I get that being bluntly observant and inquisitive comes with the territory, but it certainly doesn't help with your conversational skills, does it?
Maybe the full-on direct approach wasn't correct. Damn, it's tricky business looking into someone's eyes and not doing it wrong.
Any sugar, I'm sweet enough. You take sugar? No, thank you, Turkish. Sweet enough. You know what nemesis means? A righteous infliction of retribution delivered by an appropriate agent. In this case, an horrible cunt. Me. They will go through bone like butter. But always be wary of a man that keeps a pig farm. You got to starve him a few days first, obviously. Yeah, it's crazy to me, right? Whenever I see Guy Ritchie in interviews, they just never seem that loquacious or articulate. But yeah, they can write some of the most compelling, some of the most quotable dialogue. It's crazy. And the characters they create. You still around? Yeah. Still warm, the blood that courses through these veins, you know? It's just all of it is just so impeccable. What are you doing? Driving down the road with your head in my window. What does it look like I'm doing, you fucking penis? Said that 15 minutes ago. How long on those sausages? 2 minutes, Turkish. You said that 15 minutes ago.
The barbell waits patiently on the floor.
What's wrong with this caravan / the top of the hinges? Nothing, Tommy. It's tip top. I just don't like the colour. Oh my goodness. It's so good. Head hurts. Actually, okay. I'm just not sure about the color.
It's dark, and the flashlight works a lot better if you hold it in your hand. Yes, you might even call it a feature of the universe that you need to hold tools to use them. I'm sorry the fundamental laws of the universe don't seem to agree with you, Detective, but the fact remains that it's too dark to see in here with
It's such a good job. Oh, yeah. Statham.
So
yeah.
come on, we've got work to do.
Interesting, like, I don't know if there's a biography for Statham, but yeah, like, they were like an Olympic swimmer.
It's dark, and the flashlight works right.
They were like an Olympic diver before. And I think when that didn't work out, they pivoted towards acting. But yeah, like in terms of like their delivery and everything, they've got like a raspy kind of masculine voice, which really helps. But yeah, the whole that scene where they were being told to sort of say that they've eaten so many computer chips and shit them back out again, they could have made a computer, and they keep fucking the line up. Well, I make a habit of doing things that people say I can't do.
As before,
water ski blindfolded.
An iron safety curtain curves before your eyes.
Oh,
it covers
man.
half the room, blocking the way into a colossal industrial chimney.
It's too tight. You could have had a fucking jumbo jet in here, Tyrone. It was at a funny angle. When you reverse, Tyrone, things tend to come at you from behind.
This is directly above the central furnace in the cellar. The voices.
He's like, "Are you all right, Sol?" Yeah, it'd be a lot better if you stopped using my fucking name, because they've got balaclavas on.
Those curtains prove to be surprisingly sturdy.
Fuck.
There
Keep
must
forgetting.
be another way to wait.
Oh yeah, I think we need to go to the basement and shout up the chimney, and then maybe they'll open it. Oops, excuse me. Just brushing an ant off the microphone. How they got there, I don't know. Tim Lindemann, singer of Rammstein, was an Olympic swimmer, top of his class for East Germany. Make a habit out of doing things people say I can't do. Walk through fire, water ski blindfolded, take up the piano at a late age. Fucking take up the piano at a late age. I don't know who the writer was on that film, but they deserve a fucking Oscar, because some of that dialogue is fucking brilliant.
A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace, coloring it pitch black. A thick layer of coal dust covers. You muster all your strength and yell. Your dehydrated, hungover throat can produce little more than a dry croak. A lifetime of smoking and drinking will do that to you. The chatter from the chimney continues on as before. You seem to have made no impression on whatever's up there. Then again, maybe it's worth actually trying something up there.
Maybe you should let your voice rest, officer.
A hollow ring echoes through the furnace. Your toe hurts. A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace. You muster all your strength. A thick layer of coal dust. Something breaks loose in you. A mighty bellow echoes throughout the chimney's depths. The chatter of tiny voices above suddenly cease. Then,
So good, yeah. Favorite quotes from Hellsing Ultimate Abridged. Sorry. Some of which are: you don't have to follow orders when your leader's acting like a daft cunt. Don't weep for the stupid; you'll be crying all day. Then there's one reference to Boondock Saints: whoever shed man's blood by man shall his blood be shed, for the image of the God he made man. Yeah, that one's quite an interesting one. I need to read that a few times to make sure I get the cadence of the sentence correctly, because I completely butchered it, which I apologize for.
you've awakened the entity.
Hello? Did you say anything? I can't hear you. Please come upstairs. There's a safety curtain on the second floor. I'll open it.
You hear a low rumble upstairs, the sound of a curtain being pulled aside.
After you, officer.
You got red on you. I am not a chartered accountant. Well, you look like one, yeah. Did he say base or freeze? I don't know. Again, some of the most fucking, like, well-written comedy dialogue in history. It's ridiculous how quotable that film is. There's just so many fucking brilliant lines that are all delivered so perfectly. Get fucked, Four Eyes.
Hello, I'm Nia. Did you try knocking on my window? I must have missed you. I've been listening to my Milius. So what kind of dye are you looking for?
Could this be the malicious entity? Perhaps it's wise to go along with this masquerade for now. She's got a direct view to the backyard. You should interrogate her about the lynching.
Yes, Amelia is like a call-in station.
Oh shit.
You need a two-way radio to access one. That's why I have these.
Failed the interfacing check to steal the map. Oh, I don't know if we failed that. Look at the Krasma's bust in the communizer's partner requires chain cutters. Call him a deviant. Insist on accusing the Sunday friend of murder. Okay, so when we speak to the Sunday friend, use a racial slur when talking to the Sunday friend. Okay, so we do that on day 2. And then, yeah, later on it's day 3+. Okay, so we need to do that.
Mostly, they just teach you to swear in different languages. But some of the stations can be quite interesting. I was so absorbed. I must
Got me in that series. Maybe next time I'll get past first base. Fat chance. You were too far. You were far too fine and wine for a lout like me. The last words of a Frenchman spoken to an English woman. Best is when he goes to the shop in the morning. Zombies everywhere. He doesn't. Yeah, he's so hungover he doesn't even notice. He's sort of like he walks and he slips on some blood, and he opens the fucking thing, and there's like a bloody handprint on the glass, and he's like, he gets the cornetto and bites it, and he's like, he says the shopkeeper's like, I owe you a few quid. He just leaves it on the counter and just walks out. But yeah, like recently in the last few years, Simon Pegg does that walk to the shop. He was like, it's the 25th anniversary or the 10th anniversary or whatever it was. I wasn't sure what I was going to do. I need to think of something that, and he's doing the same walk along the same, he's still there, and he trips over the curb the exact same way. And I was like, what a really cute way to pay homage to it.
I'm a novelty dice maker. Tell me the name of your role-playing system and I'll make the die you need.
Cool now. Thought you guys ate fish and chips. No, it's so in Shaun of the Dead, when he goes to the shop, he asks his flatmate, "Yo, what do you want do you want anything from the shop?" And the guy's really hungry. He's like, "Oh, cornetto." Just a really random object to ask for when you're hungover. And they decided to refer to all 3 films, you know, Shaun of the Dead, Hot Fuzz, and Land's End, I think it's called, as the Cornetto trilogy. I don't know if they mention Cornettos in Hot Fuzz or the Land's End, but yeah, they call it the Cornetto trilogy, which is kind of cool. But yeah, the fucking Hot Fuzz is also fucking absolutely stacked with fucking amazing jokes.
Very good. My rate is 10 real per set, unless you want something really unusual. Take a look around and see if there's any particular stone you want to use.
This is just World's End, sorry. Eats a Cornetto ice cream and hot. Oh, does he? You know, okay. Goes in all three friends by Edgar Wright and Simon Pegg, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Edgar Wright. Did Nick Frost not do any of the writing as well?
It almost looks as if the stones and dice are a natural part of the room, growing out of the shells like stalagmites. No falsehoods are present. She's a naughty dice maker and doesn't have anything to hide. Ask what you need.
How did I become one? It was a business decision. I was a regular jeweler at first, but that's an unfocused field.
They should make more? Wow. I mean, like we were saying like earlier in the stream, I feel like once you've done a good job, you don't want to fucking tarnish the legacy, you know? You don't want to like keep churning them out until you kind of make it overall less than what it is. I think once you've done a good film or done a good series of films, because, you know, getting one good film, yeah, because there was only a handful of people that, you know, worked on it. Nick Frost, Simon Pegg, Edgar Wright, and a couple of other people, you know. So to get one good film that did so well was like, you know, really impressive, right? And to do it again, yeah, because getting the funding for the second film wasn't difficult. I have no doubt about it. They got the funding almost straight away. But then hitting the nail on the head again and writing another incredible comedy film and then doing it a third time, it's just like, yeah, it's, by that point it's like, okay, you've done a trilogy. They're not all like one after the other like a sequence, like a trilogy, but you've done 3 films in that kind of vein, you know. Like, I think you've done pretty well. It's time to just and work on other stuff, you know, because when people are like, oh, they should have just done more of the same, and when they work on something else and it isn't massively successful, people are like, oh, they should have just done another one of those. It's like, well, maybe they didn't want to do another one of those. Maybe they wanted to do something different. They wanted to sort of do something more creative. Like, yeah, but it's not as successful. Like, but maybe they're happier doing that. Maybe they made millions of pounds and they're not greedy, and their creative integrity has led them to make something else now. And it's not going to be as commercially successful, but it's what they want to do and it's what they want to create. And therefore I kind of respect them for that, you know, because once you get to like Fast and Furious 15 or something, it's like, guys, fucking hell, man, just give it a break, you know? Like, you flogged that dead horse enough, right? Not to mention the fact that I was reading about how the Fast and Furious films are so easy to follow because of how simplistic they are. They do a lot of views on streaming services in countries that don't speak English. And it's not like language translation, subtitles. Hundreds of different countries that don't speak English watch the Fast and Furious films. Not because they understand the dialogue and the story, but it's because they're so easy to follow without even understanding the language, because they're that simple.
Some of my friends were role players.
But, you know, like, it's, yeah, there's obviously like an upside to that, because it means that it gets viewed by millions of people more than it would do. That's an English piece of media. But transferring photos from my iPhone to a laptop, 5,155 photos. 1,253 videos out of 9,566 items so far. My old phone is sat there and I need to go through it, delete all the photos that I don't need and videos that I don't need, and then I need to batch up all the photos that I've got into 20 gigabyte folders that I can burn onto Blu-rays and then keep them safe somewhere, because I haven't got any space to back up any photos. And once I've done that, I need to check my iCloud for photos, download the photos and videos off my iCloud that I want to keep, called Hentai, and it's art. Yeah, I need to basically do all that and batch it all up so I can back it all up, because my new phone can't back anything up. I can't create a backup of my new phone, and it's obviously a new phone, so I haven't got that much on there. But I would like to back it up every now and again. But, you know, another thing that I need to do that I haven't got the mental energy for at the moment. We should watch it in the Discord. Yeah, we should watch it in the Discord like every other film we talk about. I keep forgetting to fucking set up. That's really slow. I changed that over to be a streamer bot sound, and it's really slow, so I might change that back. Memes and stuff that I forgot about. Move my leg. It's still going. Oh yeah, the cable. Yeah, I don't want to knock the cable and disconnect it because it might corrupt. Yeah, it's worrying. Don't understand English. Not to speak English. Most countries don't speak English. Yeah, most countries don't. But you know, well, I mean, lots of countries have lots of English speakers. You know, even if they don't speak English. But
Not especially. I like working with rare materials and a steady pay. And role players as customers, they're nice people.
Some of those nice people have big bucks to spend on novelty items.
We're inside the chimney of an old central furnace. It's strange.
everyone knows English very well. We don't speak English to each other. Yeah, of course not. But you understand English, so you could watch films in English. I mean, they were talking about how they looked at the demographics and locational data for films that are streamed all over the world. And obviously you see like a lot of Western films being watched in America and the UK and parts of Europe because they speak English. But then there's lots of other places that have very low English speaking population, but only some English films. And Fast and Furious was one of them where like in China, where like English speakers are almost non-existent, but there are like loads of people in China. I think it was China, maybe it was Korea, I'm not sure. But loads of people that don't speak English watch the Fast and Furious movies just because of how simple they are to follow, because they're so easy to digest. And that's one of the things that, although in terms of cinematic quality, I think is a bit of a shame, but it is the sort of antithesis. It's like the end result of the over refinement and delivery of a plot in film is that it can be done without even understanding the dialogue. It's actually kind of an interesting, weird achievement in some ways.
All the other rooms
like they know what's going on
I had to build myself a
just by
makeshift home.
watching without even
Besides,
understanding the
I don't
language.
really
It's
have
kind of
to pay
interesting.
any rent here, so that's a plus.
Well, I said don't understand English, but it's Thailand and China probably, because a lot of English speakers in Korea definitely know. Oh, maybe in Korea there's English speakers, but yeah. Sat down accidentally, poked the cable and it disconnected. Oh, stabby. Start the entire fucking process all over again for the fifth fucking... Oh, dude, get yourself a nice space to plug it in and make sure it's level and not going to be disturbed, because, yeah, I know that pain.
Right.
All the old hard drives
There's
I've
an
got floating
entity
around in
living
caddies that I plug in.
You should ask her about the curse.
Someone please old yellow me.
Creative.
Take him out the back. I'm at Ellis, so I can't. Ah, I see. Maybe not the best time for it, but yeah. Unless yeah.
I've heard the stories, but I don't think those stories are true.
Maybe record the Hamilton play tomorrow. The Hamilton play? Old Yellow. No, so Old Yellow is like there was a dog in a famous film called Yellow. And it was an old dog, and they take it out of the back and shoot it.
It's just capitalism. We only hear about tales of success, so it's often surprising to realize how many ventures actually fail. Plaisance, the bookshop lady? I've heard that her business is doing rather well. Have the energy spared her somehow?
Did it taste good? You don't eat the dog afterwards. We're not fucking savages. Can't do that. No ammo. How does a blood eagle sound like? I don't want to know how you would blood eagle a dog. I don't want to go down that road.
Oh, right. But it's not just the bookstore that's still up and running.
Yeah, I was
what
gonna
about
say.
the whirling in racks? Some people say it's part of the building complex. You could say so. Both houses were built at the same time and under the East
Can you kill me
Elder
quickly
Central
first?
project.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of killing quickly, in Hell Let Loose, like in Hell Let Loose, you can turn off the kill cam, and it's like horrifying what it actually looks like. Like, yeah, that's what it was like. That's what it was like, you know? Just gone. Black screen. It's very few games have ever felt as brutal. Not as, you know, Real War is obviously more brutal, but the fact that Hell Let Loose is more of a mill sim than like a shooting game. Very few games have been quite as brutal with it. Like, you know, when you shoot somebody and there's no like kill feed or like XP, they just collapse in front of you and you're just like, I just ended a human life, you know? In the game, obviously. It's like, damn, that's really, really unsettling. And yeah, that as well. When you turn off the death screen, it just cuts to black. It's fucking viscerally brutal. And also when explosives go off, body parts will fly away from the explosion. It's like, yeah, you're like fighting a point and like there's a fucking tank and you duck behind a wall and then an explosion goes off and you see your teammates' legs and arms floating into the distance and a giant red cloud of blood. And it's like, oh my God, that game is fucking horrific. But yeah, in terms of like a slow burn, like multiplayer experience, Milsim, it's the best. Yeah, I'm sure there's other games that are more accurate and everything, but yeah, I think in terms of like if I wanted to play, like there's a difference between playing Need for Speed and playing Gran Turismo. Like there's a difference between playing Battlefield and playing Hell Let Loose, right? One of them is targeting accuracy a lot more, you know, firmly, and yeah, you have to be really sort of strategic in Hell Let Loose, and yeah, I enjoy it. It's like a real slow burn. There's a stillness and a calmness to it, but it's still like super fucking anxiety inducing because of, you know, like that video exactly, you know, turning off the death screen is just, yeah, you realize how quickly it could have been all over. Grill's an arsehole, not a monster. He has standards, have morals. You seen the Germans who found an American spy in that German team and Hell Let Loose. Yeah, he's an American spy. He's like, nine, I'm one of you guys. He's an American spy. Yeah, I remember that. That thing happens in real life. I remember. I hope heaven is a real thing, or hell for that. Yeah, quantum reincarnation. Because ship of Thesis still me, because the version of me no longer exists. Maybe you forget, you dies, and you've lived and just restarts anew. Yeah, that's the interesting thing, is that, you know, people were talking about like reincarnation, and someone was like, what if you were reincarnated but all of your memories were completely erased? And I was like, but at that point, you know, it's not reincarnation because you're not reincarnated, right? There's nothing of you, you know, you're just born again with a completely blank slate. Now, the theory that everybody is the same person that's died, and, you know, there's like a soul that keeps coming back to life as a new child, and it dies and it forgets everything. That's not reincarnation, but reincarnation, the idea of coming back as somebody or something else, that's kind of interesting, because it means that, like, in life, if you don't like do things properly, where's the torch creating a shadow on that pipe? Oh yeah, the pipe's a 3D object, so whenever I aim down here, there's like a shadow that peeks out from behind it. It's on the wall, not the pipe. Okay. Yeah, the idea of reincarnation, where every time you die, you come back as something that represents how you lived your life before. So if you lived your life terribly, you're going to come back as a terrible animal. If you lived your life well, you're going to come back as a more sort of, you know, a good animal. And you go from there. Eternal recurrence, like Friedrich Nietzsche said. Maybe it was Nietzsche, yeah. I can't remember where I read it, and I didn't read the whole book, obviously, just an article about it. Excuse me. Transhumanists, even though uploading my consciousness won't be the same. Look at Soma. Yeah, well, yeah, that was, you know, that twist at the end. I mean, spoiler alert for Soma. that twist at the end where you find out you did all that and it was a copy of you that gets out, not you, not your conscious version of you. It's a copy of you that gets out. And I was like, whoa, fuck, that stings. And I was like, this is, yeah, we told you this, you knew this could have happened. Yeah, this was obviously going to happen. And you look at the foreshadowing before, you're like, oh yeah. Put the brain in the robotic body. I don't know if it's you, and transfer my wirelessly to it. Yeah, it's an interesting concept about your personality being digitized, and I've done a bit of reading about that, but not enough to speak about it confidently, of course. Gets damaged beyond repair. According to our knowledge, maybe we don't know. What scares me about it, Krill, not knowing, they're not knowing the sort of stepping into the digital void with your own personality in tow. Heart attack at least 1 time a week. Yeah, but I mean, having a robot heart would be kind of interesting, because yeah, what if the battery goes wrong or something? It's pretty scary. Chat shit and laugh when we were talking about something serious. We just talk very down to earth. Yeah, you guys have some interesting. I mean, you guys start civil wars in the chat sometimes, but you also have interesting conversations as well. As soon as you woke up, I realized something ain't right. Yeah, and you're like, hang on, I'm still here. Well, yeah, but we uploaded. It's like, yeah, you uploaded a copy of yourself to there. That's the thing that gets out. But what about me? So well, you were never going to get out, but at least this way you can live on. But it's not me, and it's like all these moral questions start coming. Yeah, it was really interesting. Might have to replay that on my PC with all this new HDR monitor that I've got.
And then there is me.
Not civil wars, it's different countries. Yeah, but you're all part of, you're all part of Crumbsopia,
I've been here
Redopia,
for 14
Crumbsopia.
years, selling novelty dice to role-playing enthusiasts. Not exactly a million-real business idea, yet somehow I've survived despite the talk of malicious
You'll have as a
energy.
human forever, forever exactly
isn't
the
it?
same. So you're in a loop constantly, okay. Start doing it, dumb nut. Not fun to have a heart, but yeah, it's not fun. Even before then, like very start, I woke up to the reality of the singularity. Oh, at the beginning of the game.
Maybe it's just because she's so talented.
But yeah, you get in that chair. It's going to be fine. It's not going to be fine. Just get into this chair that's going to fucking inject like electrons and sensors and things into your head. And yeah, everything will be fine. It reminds me of, we were talking about Jim Carrey the other day. No, we were talking about Jim Carrey in Kate's chat. Well, I was talking about Jim Carrey to somebody in Kate's chat. Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, they're sort of like, we're going to go in there and delete certain memories. Like, isn't there a risk of brain damage? It's like, well, technically the procedure is brain damage, but it's kind of on par with a night of heavy drinking. Like, okay, that's fine. Like, yeah, it's brain damage, but it's on par with something that we do anyway. So, whatever.
Malignant entity? What does that even mean? Some kind of sorceress? What about you, officer? Do you think I'm the malignant entity?
United ADHD of Crumsnia. Maybe realize what singularity would be. It wouldn't be us, just copies, and even then it wouldn't even be a copy, as copies would end up being balled into one. Yeah, and then there's the concept of a copy of a copy of a copy, and signal degradation over time. And that's one of the really interesting themes that's brought up in Signalis, is that learning that you're like a cyborg that's like a copy of 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 a copy that's been set to do something, kind of, it's like a kamikaze mission. Well, not kamikaze, it's like a 1 in a billion chance you'll find something out there. So they just send you off into space on this like, 0 chance fucking mission. And there's 2 of you, and you're copies of copies of copies of copies of copies of copies, but over time you've slowly fallen in love because of like just a signal degradation that occurs in the repetition of it all. Yeah, that's a really fucking powerful factor in that story. Thank you for the backwards fart.
Time has come to face the source. Fear not,
with reverb,
for the
that is.
forces of the universe are supporting you in this psychic quest.
None of us can prove we're still alive or awake. I can prove to myself I exist, but I don't know if there's anything else here. Yeah, and like the Matrix raises the question that we're all inside some simulation, and the speed of light is just the fastest that simulation can be run. That's why nothing goes faster than the speed of light, right? There's that whole theory. You know, what the version of the world you see right now outside your head, and not just a movie in your brain. It's making a split second before you experience it. Yeah, well, I mean, like the way that you process like imagery and like the things around you, it's like the human eye and the optic nerve and everything. It's remarkable how it's able to understand depth perception because you've got two eyes. So you've got by something vision, bioptic or biopic or something. Because you've got two eyes, it allows you to triangulate points in space, which is massively important.
So I'm the grand dragon in the cave. Might I
Well, I
ask
just said, not even the Matrix. Subto ergo cognito ergo sum. I doubt it, therefore. I doubt, therefore I think, therefore I exist. Shut it, Shakespeare. Well, I think, therefore I am wasn't Shakespeare. That was... Yeah, I think, therefore I am. It wasn't Plato, was it? It's someone else.
Oh my, I've revealed myself. You better call the exorcists. Of course. How convenient.
Was it Billie Eilish? Renee Descartes. Is it Descartes? Descartes? Can't remember how you pronounce that one.
Well, if you ever find a way to explain all those inconsistencies in the curse, then...
Guy liked to experiment on a dog to see what pain was. What, Pavlov?
That's all she has to say on the subject. She has been thorough and truthful, as far as we can see.
Oh, Renee.
Essence needs to hear about this. Perhaps if you combine your psychic energies, you will make sense of the situation.
More or less. Are you interested in anyone specific?
Oh, quite a lot of them spring to mind.
Yes, I think it was called Androgynous Orlando or something similar. They weren't a big hit around here. Turns out that working class men don't like genderless haircuts.
He's the guy they said invented science, the word. Did what? Torture dogs to see their reaction for scientific knowledge. Yeah, there's lots of like, you know, people that are heralded as like, you know, this great scientist, but it turns out they were fucking abducting children and performing experiments on them and stuff. It's like
a bit of experimenting every now and then isn't bad. It's not about the haircut. It's about the confidence.
I guess it just wasn't the time yet. It wasn't merely a gym, it was Artemitep's Boxing Club, a community project created to steer at-risk youth away from drugs and crime. Kuno. Who's Kuno? Oh yes, you mean the kid with the sailor's mouth. Yes, I've heard him yelling profanities in the backyard.
Believe the demon controlled his darker thoughts. Yeah, I mean, lots of... there were lots of...
I think it would take more than a gym to help that kid.
Lots of people in the scientific community that were also still quite religious back in the day, so... There was obviously a bit of friction there with, you know, discovering explanations for things that were actually, you know, commonly accepted to be religious in nature. Then a scientist would discover that wasn't true and speak out against the church and then be fucking hung for treason or for blasphemy or whatever.
A kind man from Zemsk. I heard he had some trouble with the law when he was younger, and that's why he wanted to start the gym as his way of giving back.
I tend to weigh out my coffee beans so I can just grab a pot and chuck them in the grinder, because the grinder doesn't weigh, it just grinds until there's nothing left to grind. It's just on a timer. So I have to weigh the beans out into these little sort of like sauce tubs that I've cleaned and recycled. And I've run out of batched up beans. I'd have to measure them out again. I'm going to do it after stream. But I didn't make a coffee this afternoon, even though I started to feel a bit tired. And now I'm starting to feel like, oh. But it'll pass. It'll pass. It usually passes. Usually by the time I go to bed, I'll be wide awake again. It's so annoying. It's the most annoying thing, chat. When you're just really exhausted, but your body just won't sleep at night. Like you're all afternoon, you're yawning and you're out of it and everything. You have a shower and you get into bed and you're just like, bing, just fucking wide awake. till 2 a.m, rolling around in bed. It's like, the fuck, you know. And the worst is when you yawn when you're like, I yawn when I'm in bed. I'm like, motherfucker, just go to sleep. Like, we're in bed, just go to sleep. Why are you fucking awake right now? I'm literally laying down in bed. Just go to sleep. But no, but when I get on a train somewhere in the afternoon after a long day of meetings, I'm just like, just bobbing for apples.
It didn't. If anything, it made the youth situation in Martinez even worse. At some point, someone started a rumor that the punching bag downstairs was full of amphetamines.
I'm going to check that out.
Should have known it. It's not really full of that. No one would store their drugs like that.
Eventually, the coalition took away the funding and the club went bankrupt. This was a few years ago. It's gotten much more peaceful around the plaza ever since.
Got hanged for science, yeah, or house arrest. England used to get hung for attempting to delete yourself. Well, you guys are burning a church in Leicester now. Because religious-based laws were always intelligence, yeah, sarcasm. Some stuff you eat makes you tired too. Maybe some of the stuff, yeah. Melatonin works. Yeah, it's just... I don't feel tired, but I'm yawning. But then I'll get to bed and I won't be able to sleep.
Oh, this one's a mess. There used to be a company that...
Yeah, if you start taking melatonin, your body stops producing it and then you forget how to produce it. Yeah, it's not good.
With this one, right?
Like pasta, I think. Yeah, I mean, I had some bits and pieces for lunch, and I've got like a chicken and grain bowl. It's like new potatoes, sweet potatoes, chicken, pickled red onion, quinoa, and like spinach to eat. I've almost finished it, so I've had some food, but you know.
Turns out,
I don't know what's going on.
The business was actually set up as a front.
Hormone, the medicine, however, is not a good idea to take a lot of the time. If you take it too often, your brain stops producing it on its own. Yeah, at that point, you become dependent. Yeah, and you become permanently narcoleptic, which is fucking really bad for your health.
What's the snuff milieu?
And they never cleaned up the debris either. Now it's just littering the hallway, and I have.
That's why doctors here tell you not to take it. Yeah, you shouldn't. For 6 months, I couldn't sleep. Yeah, well, yeah, you hear about people that are like, yeah, I don't consciously think I've slept for like 6 years. And I'm like, how are you alive? They're like, I don't even really know. I'm not even really fucking connected anymore. I'm just floating from interaction to interaction. And what do you do for work? It's like, well, I work in a factory just stamping parts out on a machine. I'm like, I drive home and I don't remember. I'm like, I've never had an accident, but I don't remember driving home. And I'm like, this is fucking scary stuff, man. It's like, well, what do the doctors say? Like, they say, you know, there's nothing they can do. And I'm like, man, it's fucking scary stuff.
It's a Sub Rosa radio station that broadcasts real murders with real victims. Some people pay good money to get off on it.
Nothing changes in her tone as she says that, as if it's just another piece of information.
Fight Club reference. Yeah, because not Tyler Durden, Edward Norton's character. Yeah, because it's Tyler Durden. Yeah, and what's Edward Norton's character? Is that part of the film's, like, you know, quirk? Is that it never tells you his name? Yeah. But Tyler Durden is a character in the film. He's a manifestation of, Edward Norton's character's head. You know, he's a visual representation of the personality that he takes on when he's Tyler. But does he have a name? I can't remember. I think that's one of the points the film tries to make, is that they never tell you the main character's name.
What does she mean to get off on it?
Don't worry, the ICP has a separate division that deals exclusively with unlicensed sub-roses.
Also a great movie. Yeah, they don't. So but isn't the author of the book like unhappy with it? I know that's usually the case, but yeah. Also, Brad, you might be conflating tired and sleepy. Tired, lack of energy, sleepy, the body is telling you it wants to sleep. Yeah, it's weird. Like I feel like I can't sleep. Because my sleep's been so disturbed by sleep apnea, I think I'm just not sleeping enough to sort of get my body into the habit of wanting to sleep, but it means I'm just tired all the time. But yeah. at the end of the day, with my ADHD, it wears on my energy. So I lay down and put some ASMR and fast asleep in 5 minutes. Yeah, I wish I had that switch. I know a few people that have like a switch that I have a hot drink, I read one chapter of a book or one paragraph or 1 page or 2 pages of a book, and I'm gone. And I'm like, I can't fucking do that. You know, I just can't. And apparently it's something you can train.
Good luck with that. It's not easy catching those perpetrators.
One of the things I learned elsewhere, because I was learning how to box breathe, where you imagine a box. You breathe in, you breathe out. You breathe in, you breathe out. Breathe in, you breathe out. But it's actually, you breathe in for like 8 seconds, you hold it for 9 seconds, and then you breathe out for 10 seconds or something. I can't remember how many seconds it is. But that process apparently is like a way to synchronize and to make your body get into a kind of lower, it lowers your heart rate and it promotes certain things. So it's something that I've been trying to practice, is taking a breath in for a certain amount of seconds, holding it for a little bit longer than it took to take in, and then trying to breathe out for longer than longer than that. So you've got like 2 or 3 steps to, you breathe out a lot more than you breathe in, and that subconsciously slows down your heart rate and puts you in the right position to sleep, or the right, state to sleep or something. But yeah, I haven't practiced it enough.
You mean Mr. Fabron, the taxidermist? No, he mostly just...
His name is Robert Paulson. In Project Mayhem, nobody has a name, but in Death, he has a name. His name is Robert Paulson. He's like, shut up! Billy Bob. And the book has some crazy lines that was forbidden for the movie, yeah. As of me, it used to make me wake up feeling groggy as fuck. 4 hours natural sleep, I'd feel great. 8 hours melatonin sleep, I'd feel like shit. Yeah, help me doze off though, just not as effectively. Yeah, exactly. Flux helps. F-Flux helps a lot to take away some of the blue light on my PC. Yeah, no, I have nightlight on all my screens, my phone, everything. But on like one of the most aggressive settings as well. What is the dog doing? The cat has just decided to nibble on some dry food that they were making a massive deal over at like 2:30 today. Now 8 o'clock, and they're deciding to actually eat it. 6 hours later, and they're like, well, maybe now I'll eat it. But until I put the food in the bowl, wow, 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 and then I put the food in the bowl, and they have like 1 or 2 mouthfuls, and they shuffle back off to where they were sleeping. And then they leave it until fucking 8 in the afternoon or evening to fucking finish it off.
He got high on some weird taxidermy chemicals. I wouldn't recommend it to anyone. Eventually, they caused him to lose control of his bladder. The smell was
Mine's on 1900k. Yeah, no, I have like the fucking the night shift all the way up. So like by like 10:30, 11 o'clock, all my screens are super orange. It's really subtle, so I don't notice it. But yeah,
probably do better than that.
There used to be a fashion atelier here, but I have forgotten the head designer's name. They were doing well for a couple of years until the insect rights activists came. The atelier produced a certain collection that used chitin among the materials. Apparently chitin is made in the Occident, where it's extracted from beetle wings. And you know how all kinds of political movements are big in the Occident. The activists shut down the biggest chitin supplier, which of course caused the price to skyrocket. And, naturally, all the most fashionable tastemakers refused to be seen in chitin from then on. The atelier went bankrupt before they could finish the collection. Actually, insects do have brains, but yes, I understand what you're saying. I think the protesters took it a little too far.
As she shifts around,
you doing down there,
notice
Bubba?
several dead flies on the windowsill in front of her. Legs up. They're not moving.
They're deemed to show Bubba. There isn't, but... Bubba. Come here. He usually just shows up every so often.
Anything else?
Speaking about sleep, I'm going to go to bed. I was up at 3 last night. Got to work at 6. Krill, thank you for stopping by, dude. I appreciate you hanging out. Sleep well. Hopefully we see you again soon.
They were made by a company called Slipstream. After they pivoted from making rotor blades to skis, their chief executive took off on a vacation with all their money. Honestly, I think it's quite funny. I think he's still sending out holiday transmissions from Tulula,
Hello,
or
Baba.
Kimutiri, or Hashtkor, or wherever he is.
Heck. Oh, I stretched it this morning when I was sat down at my desk. I was like, right, I'm sitting down now in a chair so I can stretch my neck, but I need to I might rub some magnesium oil on it because that tends to loosen muscles up. But anyway, apologies, chat. We do have an ad break coming up. I need to pop you guys over on the BRB screen. There'll be a raff and some clips for you guys that want to hang out, but please feel free to get up and move around, grab a drink or a snack. You won't miss anything. I'm going to take a break as well. Yes, I'll be back in just a moment. Have we got a puncture? Or is the cart just a bit broken? This area is fucking really broken with the LOD.
Oh, not for me.
Can you see what's happening on my screen?
Yeah, that's weird. Try and get out. The hell? You good, mate?
Game? Get fucked. Get fucked. Awful fight, man. Awful fight, dudes. Awful fight. Fuck, that is annoying. Thank you for the GGs. Trophy level up. You're 0% to 310. Okay. Thank you for the Doomslayer. Fucking what a shit fight. What a shit fight. Field trip indeed. Literally just got the Brawn Intimate ad. Did you get it, Alex? Having a little trim down there, are you? Make sure you don't cut your fucking dick off. Oh dear. Come on, let's go. Okay, you've got to take its legs out. Cool. Nice, Annie. Keep up the good work. Will do, ma'am. Will do. Just keep your hands off my penis. There's a bear trap that's already been set off. Hopefully that's an omen that we're done with the bear traps, because the bear traps are getting a little bit silly.
Fuck you. Oh, fuck you, fuck you. Fuck you, fuck you. Fuck, 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 fuck.
Fuck's sake. Look at that bridge there. Look at this fucking rock formation. And then, oh, fucking clouds. Really? Really, clouds? I was just talking about how good the game... Fucking weather, eh? Imagine a British person complaining about the weather. Oh, is this a fucking misbegotten? Nah, I'm not. I am not. I am not. I do not care. Oh, fuck off. I do not care. I do not care. Lionel misbegottens can fuck right off. Ah, he fucking fell off. Amazing. Okay, that makes it all worth it. Right, there's a Grace over there. doesn't seem too bothered by that. Odds, just fucking pure fucking core strength, right? I bet she can. And do you know what Do you know what I set up for you? There's a well over here. I'm going to jump in here. Excuse me. Oh, okay. Didn't fall in the water. How did a chicken get down here? Can chickens swim in this game? I guess not. Did you get Reliever to send me some Tim Tams? Yeah, and I'm sure Reliever could tell us about all kinds of lovely Australian snacks. I mean, speaking of Australian snacks, I mean, you know, Reliever is an Australian snack, let's be honest. See, what is it doing? What is it doing? Why is it taking off? Why are you flying? How is that fair, game? What the fuck? So, apparently it can fly. Perfectly fair. Perfectly fair and balanced game. For fuck's sake. I need to charge that one up. Oh! Claymores are yeah, I mean, Claymores count as traps, right? Fuck's sake, you see what I mean, chat? You see let me do a save here because I know from experience that yeah, this bit could go massively wrong. No.
Right, what's wrong?
Hey, can you not run along that and jump on the pipe? Is that not what we do? When it works, chat. When it works, it works. It's so fucking cool.
But do you mean run back to the other Grace? Because fuck me, man. Like, really? You think it has a slow setting? Fucking hell.
Fucking hell, what's going on here? What are you doing? Let me give you a sneaky shout out whilst you're here. Hope the rest of the stream was good, dude. I think you were getting towards the end of Martha is Dead at South. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate it. That's a difference seeing crumbs in a beanie. It's too hot for a beanie. I'll have to take it off in a second.
The usual, I imagine. But he's been thinking up all kinds of new business plans and can't wait to get started on them just as soon as he returns.
Men like that are a curse.
Floating head beanie. Oh shit, okay. Using what? As soon as I put it on. Excuse me. Gaming stuff, Baba. Baba. Floating house. Oh, it's not quite there, is it? It is green, but yeah, it's not illuminated properly. It's not quite bright enough, is it? Cheech and Chong. Hey Siri. Oh shit. No, it's not even up there. Hey Siri. Hey Siri. Start a timer for 10 minutes, please. There we go. Enjoy, chat. Oh yeah, that timer's right in the fucking way, isn't it? Oh, it's gonna have to stay there now, excuse me.
Sure.
But yeah, thanks for making me put on a fucking long sleeve shirt when it's really hot.
Remaining acids
Thanks for that.
seized by the bailiffs in 47.
Stop it.
Yeah, sunglasses might be a bit much. A beanie and sunglasses, I'd be trying a bit too hard, you know.
I have no idea why those.
Yeah, thanks for making me wear a long sleeve shirt in 30-degree weather. Well, it's not 30 degrees.
Not
It's
much use now.
22 now. It was 26 earlier. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
They were just boats. Why return them? Maybe you could make a sword out of one. No, wait. Forget it. It will take too long.
Oh boy, the fabled Revachol ICT. You're in for a treat here. The place was owned by two guys who had some rather innovative ideas about marketing. The bear was one of them. Now ask me about their other ideas.
Ah, the smoke thing is part of a different group that's on top. Okay, that's fine. Because I thought the smoke should be behind me, but I guess not.
Indeed. What were the other ideas?
There was really just one, and it involved picking out the prettiest girls in the neighborhood. And
It might be getting a bit cold after all. We're in a cold country. Yeah, really cold. Thanks to climate change. Actually fucking 26 degrees most days. You know what's wild as well? After it was 32 the other day, I went out today and it was 26. And I was like, it's not that bad, is it? Just sort of adjusted a little bit. But then when it gets to winter, it'll get down to like 5 degrees. I'm like, oh my God, it's freezing.
And by mend the booth, I
Even though
mean
it categorically isn't, 5 degrees is not freezing.
They could maim you if you ever dare to disturb their bored magazine browsing.
Fritter does the same thing.
Employing silky teenage girls is a widespread practice, yes. Unfortunately, they always come in packs. I'm talking about acne-ridden girlfriends and gorilla-like boyfriends loitering near the shop. At least that's what happened with Revachol ICT. And they already had the bear. The bear. Of course not. The bear was terrifying. No one wants ice cream guarded by a hostile apex predator. To make matters worse, the fridge didn't work too well either, and half the ice cream came out malformed and partially melted.
What are you doing, Bub?
Eventually, Revachol
Slinking around.
price war to its rival, Class A 5,000. Class A 5,000 sold caramel sundaes for only 5 cents a piece, out of regular fridges. Maybe, because the taxidermist who made that bear definitely wasn't doing his best, I mean. He said that the bear was his vision beast. He said he met his vision beast while high on desiccants. Called it Megatherion.
Sounds cool.
Megatherion, a mega wild beast. It's an imaginary beast that guides you through life. By telling you to do more drugs, mostly.
A wise and noble beast, guiding you toward the land where the streets are paved with drugs.
Do you? Well, good luck keeping it under control. Anyway, now you know the story of the fallen ice cream empire.
Or that out country is actually being invaded by giant hogweed. That our country thing. Turns out it's extremely dangerous invasive species. Yeah, I mean, loads of like domestic species in the UK have been replaced by some external species. I think ladybirds all look a certain way now, and they're like a more aggressive ladybird from somewhere else in the world. But yeah, scientists were trying to make bees that were as productive as honey productive, yeah, as productive. They produced as much honey as African bees, but they weren't as aggressive. And they accidentally created a hyper-aggressive strain of bees that they then accidentally fucking let out. They escaped, which is why there's killer bees out there. Because scientists were trying to create the most docile form of the African bee, and they fucked up and created a hyper-aggressive African bee that then spread and unfortunately has now killed all the other bees. And it's now, I think it might be the main species now. I'm not sure. I haven't read about it for years. But this plant is actually dangerous. Its sap reacts to sunlight and gives third-degree burns or something. Oh, fucking hell, okay. BBT is even more expensive now. BBTs? I'm not sure I want to know what BBTs is. These acronyms usually mean something a bit spicy.
Anything else? Another failed business, perhaps? I've been here for a long time. Oh, right. I hope you didn't try to ring me. I think none of those doorbells work, including mine. I'm still in the middle of connecting the wires. Sorry about the confusion.
The doorbell with the empty name card must belong to her then.
That's right. I haven't even written my name.
Thanks for the bonk. I've got a hat on, so it didn't hurt quite as much.
It's quite useless right now. It doesn't work yet.
I haven't worn this beanie for quite some time. But it is a bit hot.
You could say so. Both houses were built at the same time and under the East Delta Commerce Center project. That explains why you can call the whirling from the intercom, albeit I doubt that anyone responds.
If the whirling is part of the same building, then it's part of the Dune commercial area. The darkness of this place is there, too.
Right. It used to be a gaming arcade. This is an ancient failure, before my time. I'm not surprised, however. My advice, don't base your business on a fad. Hypnotism, floriography, trick-track, especially pinball.
Agreed. Pinball is the worst.
It can't be true. They don't work here anymore. They've been gone for years.
Big Bad Toys, okay. Thought it was something dirty. Took a risk Googling. It's claimed BBT is short for Big Bad Toys. It's because Big Bad Toys. Yeah, Big Bad. Yeah, I was going to say BBT. BB usually means something, something else.
Are you sure it was Slipstream SCA? Was it a woman? Maybe it was Plaisance from the bookstore. Oh, right. But did this person say anything? Tricentennial Electrics? It used to be a major electric company 100 years ago. Are you sure it wasn't just some kids playing a prank on you?
Here he is. He's come to say hello. You got stinky breath because you've been eating your dry food, You got stinky breath.
No, it was something else. It was eerie. It was too real to be just a prank. Either we're dealing with a professional actress, or...
I can see your face, Baba. I can see the top of your head. Like him before. If it was BBST, that would be different. I respect you. I'm pretty sure I've heard BBL and BBA and yeah, you know, they
Whatever
mean
happened,
something. that's a bit spicy. So
it's probably better.
No
to
shame,
admit that
you
he
know,
was a
but yeah,
harmless prick.
not stream friendly. Plus, also, it's not really nice to fetishize like certain physical characteristics, but people do. Like it wasn't too long ago I learned what a porg is. I was like, oh, I see. There's an acronym for that. How convenient.
Pranks can be eerie. Oh, the kids these days. We were just one of them, and now they're terrorizing us. No solidarity.
To be fair, I once thought there was one dragon company was a gaming related one. Turns out it was not. Yes, yeah. Somebody was like, do you know what a bad dragon is? I was like, a dragon in a film or a game that's not good? And they were like, no, my sweet summer child. And they said, Google it. And I was like, do I want to Google it? They were like, yeah, you want to Google it. And I was like, oh, okay. So they make those in that size and that style. I was like, okay, cool. And they were like, look up this product. And I was like, that is a significant amount of silicon. That's a large piece of silicon. I don't know what anyone would do with that. Surely there is no way that can be used for what I think it's used for. And they were like, there's videos. I was like, no, I don't need proof. All right. I'm just saying that based on the picture, even if that is a small model that's holding it, that's a significantly large piece of silicon. And I don't really want to know what goes on with that. Each to their own. Again, no shade, no shame. Each to their own. People can do what they want, you know, to their own bodies. It's up to them, right? It's their body. It's their choice, of course. But yeah, I was like, okay, that's all I need to know. I don't need to see anymore. Funny thing is, I sat one in. I almost thought that said I sat on one, and I was like, whoa! I said this isn't streaming conversation. I was sat in one of my classes and saw the logo on a laptop, and legit thought, oh, that's a cool gaming logo. Oh, yeah. Imagine having a sticker of the logo on your laptop. Like, damn, okay, you're gonna be a freak like that.
Why would Slipstream SCA have a
Anyway, excuse me.
100-year-old
I'm gonna take
recording
this off.
as their doorbell message? Doesn't make any sense.
Oh, excuse me.
I'm still convinced it was nothing more than some elaborate prank.
You can see your tail, Bubba. See your tail in the background. Making a little smudge. Making a little smudge around about here, but I can't move it because the cursor is underneath your tail.
My money's on electrical anomaly. I've heard of these, especially in an old building like this.
Sure, I'm listening. I'm pretty sure it still doesn't work, but sure. What do you want to know? Sure, I'm listening. Good. I hope it clarified things a bit. What else?
Right, Shivers 2. Shivers +1.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking
Still
for a
8%.
You feel nothing. If anything, it's uncomfortably warm in here.
Excuse me, what are you doing?
Officer!
Oh no, not the zipper.
A tool to get the zipper open.
And what technique is that?
Miss, I apologize for my colleague's behavior. He is still recovering from an unusual medical episode.
Officer, this isn't how mature adults deal with their feelings.
Now you feel something. The cold damp of shame washing over you.
The air pressure told you to take your pants off in my studio?
This is not going very well, is it, word-wise?
Can you please employ this special technique somewhere else? I work here and my work requires concentration. Half-naked people don't help with that.
I mean, computer science students are stereotyped as being either fairy, autistic femboy, or a combo. Yeah, I suppose. Demographics.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking?
You feel nothing.
Come on, man. I'll give this a few tries, then I'll leave it.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking?
You feel nothing.
Yeah, I feel as if, as long as I know what triggers the end of the game.
Oh, it's you again.
Once we get to the end of the game, yeah, fuck it. My save from before that wasn't hardcore. If I could go to the point of no return, or just load up just before the point of no return, I have like loads of clothes in that playthrough because I did so many side quests. I could even go and do the Phasmid side quest just to get even more XP and potentially get some more money and buy some more clothes and stuff. But yeah, the normal playthrough I did for my second playthrough, where I tried to do as much as possible, all those saves should be like pretty good for
your flashlight
going back and loading up and just doing specific trophies.
In scribbles, sketches, and schemes, like some ancient cave mural. Some of the writing has faded with age, but you can still make out sections here and there. Photos and drawings have been pinned to the board. These lithe, pointy-eared creatures, translucent. Who are all? You should adopt one of the
we've already had this.
Your eyes glide over 4 sections of the imposing green chalkboard. This is a monthly calendar from the year 50. Cryptic words like sprint, daily minimi, and GPI span the marker-drawn grid, the grand scheme of production and money. It looks a bit like an academic calendar, only much more brutal. Minimi stands for a mini-meeting. It's part of a bigger framework for managing work called RUN. Station 41 tried to implement it a few years ago, but failed. As time goes on, the numbers in the boxes grow rarer and rarer. The board becomes an empty snowfield in the final days. Only failure and regret dwell in this region.
Looks like they didn't make it.
A note in the bottom left corner of the chalkboard says, "See the prod schedule filament for details." The handwriting is only partly legible, but you can still make out 3 slogans.
Level 700 in Fortnite. GG's.
Wirral Untethered and Heat Death of the Universe. The full text reads, "Heat Death of the Universe is the new black." Another note says, "The biggest advancement in role-playing systems since the 30s. Outside, a cold wind wraps the building in its bosom. Snowflakes in the wind. An old woman passes what the locals call the doomed commercial area. She tries hard not to look at the bookstore windows. It's unwise. This old fireplace is covered in lines drawn in blue and red marker.
Level cap is
The
1,000.
mesh
Yeah, I mean,
spreading
I
over the stone like blood vessels on alabaster skin. It looks ghostly and strangely ancient.
I got to level 182 in Battlefield last night, and I was like, I didn't get a clip of when the 182 came up. I don't think. I may have got a clip of it inadvertently. I may have like taken a clip and it's just there. But yeah, I wanted to sort of like do a TikTok where it's like it's leveling up and it goes 182 and then it starts playing Blink 182.
The whole thing resembles Kadran mosaic tiles. Very pedantic. Radio frequencies, it seems. UKV 123.6, UKV 123.7, UKV 123.9. Some written notes, too. Sparse and cryptic.
But yeah, it's crazy. Like, there's so many, like loads of Battlefield games. I get to level 75, 80-ish, and then I don't play it enough, and I don't get enough kills to level up much more than that. I kind of end up, like, basically just slowing down to a point where I never really level up beyond, like, level 80. But I'm already level 182 in Battlefield 6 because there's bot servers that I can just farm with guns. Like, if I get a new gun that I want to test out, I jump into a bot server and just shoot bots and just level the gun up to like level 20 or 30 and unlock all the attachments. I'm like, well, you know, it's really easy to get good guns that way. Because, yeah, like every match I play against real human beings. Well, I mean, there's real human beings in the bot server as well, but it's like half humans, half bots. So you get to play against real people, but not as many. Which for someone at my age, I don't care anymore. I just, I want something that's easy and fun. But yeah, every time I play like a proper server full of humans, I just get fucking mugged off, man. Like, kids are so fucking sweaty. They do the fucking cringiest stuff to get kills. It's like, man, like none of them will get into a real gunfight with you. The second you get into a gunfight where it's 50-50 and it's about who's going to aim better, they run away. And it's just, fucking hell, man. But then like they'll pop up in this weird, awkward chunk of geometry and fucking shoot you through a gap. And then like, you know, you can't see them, you can't fire back. And it's like, you know, but they've just added a really broken gun as well, which is just, yeah, fucking ruining the game in my opinion. But you know.
You think so? The web is comprised of radio stations, all lead back to one red heart, titled The Game Master Frequency. A note says, this one can listen in on any station it wants.
Going to be a new pre-order for Call of Duty Modern Warfare 4 in October. Yeah, and they ported Black Ops 1 and 2, right? And yeah, it's like people are going back to it and being even more toxic than when I first... I haven't played it this time around, but I remember having a PlayStation 3 back in the day. And yeah, I think it was Modern Warfare 3. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, and I played online. And yeah, it was like okay for a console game. You could aim and shoot and everything, but the stuff I heard people saying in the lobbies, like after the match, fucking hell, I couldn't put up with it. But then my friends wanted to play zombies, so I logged in to play zombies with them, but I wouldn't fucking bother otherwise. The fucking slurs and all the shit people were saying was fucking disgusting, man. It's just teenage American men, and I suppose teenage English men as well, but mostly it was an American accent I heard. Yeah, teenage American men. A very messed up demographic.
Someone very important. A conductor for the hundreds of story threads that pass through the Game Master's frequency. Whoever decides to call in to a call-in station, it looks like. A list of names under the stations suggests people across 6 Isolas would be playing. Muindi, Insulinda, Kotla, Grad, Samara, and even Il Mara. There's no way a little basement studio working here could pull anything like this off.
My God, it's as if the less money they had, the more ambitious their project became. Exactly. This schedule, I know doom when I see it. The company was running out of funding.
Nothing. It's just lines on marble. An echo from times long gone. No one has used the fireplace in ages. This appears to be some kind of machine with a cube-shaped heart and a wired framework. The keyboard has a rectangular on-off button. A piece of paper still hangs from the printer.
A radio computer. just sitting here without anyone inside.
This is the Ream Civic radio computer, model RC5120, equipped with a Feld mainframe and a Ream-compatible printer. The machine lights up like some prehistoric animal stirring from its slumber, revealing fluorescent play and print keys on the keyboard. The hatch on the machine's central compartment is wide open. It's empty like a beehive without its brood. Some cables have been left dangling, disconnected.
Right, so my PC has found 105,000 plus images when importing from my from phone, and now I click the thing to send all of them onto the PC, and it's having to do each one, even though I thought that I've been waiting all this time for it to import, but no, it was just apparently just detecting. Unfortunately, that's usually the way. It's because it needs to know how much space it's going to take up before it can start the transfer. Otherwise, you might run out halfway.
But yeah, would fit perfectly inside the compartment. Like a smooth draw, the filament slides into place. On the keyboard, the play key starts blinking. A bar of fabric right above the keyboard starts producing a soft hum. The sound of static seeps through the machine's planar magnetic driver. Have you stirred the ghost of the doomed commercial area from its rest? Could this be its dismembered heart beginning to flutter? The static gets louder, slowly filling up the abandoned hall, until a voice speaks out, crackling and old, cutting into the air.
Good afternoon. Doctor's accident en rue de Saint-Ghislaine. This is East Insulindian Repeater Station 1. Please repeat. Is this the production schedule? The filament you have inserted into the reader. Yes. Is that the production schedule? Good. Please repeat the password.
Password? Of course it would have a password. That's why there's a human administrator involved.
No.
A hint system is not part of the protocol for repeater stations.
I am contractually obliged to protect the privacy of the filament holder for stress accident. Without filing a warrant with Lintel, I cannot give you access to this filament.
Oh my god, GTA 6 is a massive download. I'm looking at the file size in the store. Microsoft, how many gigabytes is it? Because I know it's going to be massive, but I don't know how massive.
Now, can you please repeat the password? Still no. Received. I will register this login attempt.
Don't worry. Passwords have a way of turning up sooner or later.
Fortress accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today? Fortress accident is the company on whose name the terminal you are currently using has been registered to.
150 to 250. Really? That's not as bad as I thought. I thought it was going to be 380 gig.
One moment.
I thought it was going to be fucking like 300 gigabytes or something ridiculous. Has not announced the official install size. Rumors are rumors. GTA's 6 install size is reportedly leaked at around 680 gigabytes. No, surely not. Surely not. Surely not. GTA 5 is about 20 gigabytes if I recall. GTA 6 is at least twice the size of the map with higher resolution textures on pretty much everything. So yeah, it was 100. Yeah, GTA 5 was 120 gigs, so I thought it's got to be at least twice the size. So I thought at least 240. So I thought they'd probably make it 300. In 120, 250. Yeah, nobody really knows. Nobody really knows. But But yeah, it's good. I just have a feeling it's going to be fucking largest file size on a Blu-ray disc is about 128 gigs starting. Stating it was like 600 plus gig weighing a 1 terabyte will still be, yeah, I don't think it'll be a terabyte. A terabyte is a fucking ridiculous amount of fucking information. But I thought it was going to be in the 300 gigabytes sort of the 300 gigabyte range. Just feels like that's where they're going with it, you know, like I don't know what Red Dead was.
Fortress Accident SCA produces revolutionary interactive call-in radio games. That's what the catalog says.
That's not bad.
Any other questions? Yes, I am alive. I am 74 years old and my name is Yvonne.
She repeats passwords. Programming people are all paranoid.
They are merely cautious. It's my job to protect their filaments as a password repeater at the East Insulindian Station. I work as a repeater at the East Insulindian Repeater Station. It's my job to know where you are, Fortress Accident. As for me, well, I am sitting in my cubicle, surrounded by a wall of radios.
On an island on the river Esperance, a small woman, all skin and bones, sits in a room filled with audio equipment. Thousands of tiny lights are reflected back from her prescription lenses, like stars in the dark.
Now, please tell me if there's anything else I can do, Fortress Accident. Thank you, and goodbye.
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering, casting the framework in a soft glow. Fluorescent play and print keys shine on the keyboard. The filament slides out of its glowing nest.
Okay, what do you think is going on with that computer, chalkboard, and fireplace? No, that's not it. I think...
Like he's ready to lay out a fine theory, crafted together like a puzzle box.
It looks like one of those popular pen and paper role-playing games, only these people were trying to automate it, make it work on radio computers. Through call-in stations, none of the players have to be physically present. Anyone in the world can participate in the game, as long as they have a two-way radio. Then there's the game master frequency that listens in on the smaller call-in stations. I think that was supposed to coordinate the stories, functioning as a master of ceremonies of sorts.
His fascination has swept aside other concerns for the moment. He's a little hooked.
There's a bunch of ants all over the table, and Artie is very interested in this.
Would take a whole switchboard of people, possibly divided into sub-frequencies.
Not to my knowledge. They make automated games in Graz, Messina, Königstein. You know, places with industry.
Not in Revachol West, among the ruins.
But I don't think anyone has attempted
yeah,
to
I suspect GTA will be 200 plus.
We just don't have the technology.
Which is, yeah, that's a lot of gigabytes to fit on a disc. Because when people are like, oh, it's GTA 6, there won't be a disc. It's like, yeah, of course not. You know, how the fuck are you going to fit a game as big as GTA on a disc? Like, even like the quad layer Blu-rays are not going to be enough. It would need to be like 2, maybe 3 quad layer Blu-rays to fit a game as big as what we think it's going to be on discs. And trouble with multi-disc games is if you lose or damage one of the discs, you're fucking cooked, you know? I mean, the same way if you damage, you know, a one disc game, you're cooked. But yeah, 3 discs, 3 risks. But yeah, I appreciate that, you know, there's a sense of security when it comes to physical media, but it's not the guarantee people think it is. We need consumer rights. We need to have some legislature, some consumer rights that stop publishers from fucking screwing us over. Because if we don't have that, it doesn't matter how you buy your games, you're still going to get screwed if you don't have consumer rights.
Indeed, those Welkins are a dead giveaway. Role-playing people love that stuff. The world looks like a modified version of the WeWorld board game, with hit death thrown in.
Super cool. Someone should give them millions of real immediately. This game is too good to be left unfinished.
No idea. They stopped filling out the schedule on the chalkboard. Indeed, it's ambitious and untethered from reality, but... It's too late for that, I'm afraid. Okay, let's keep moving.
It's gonna be like the Switch code in a box, yeah. Got excited when Overwatch came out, went to Walmart and bought it, and sure enough, it was a code in a box. I mean, you tell me I paid $60 for a box. Yeah, I mean, going down to the shop and fucking buying something, yeah, it's kind of sucks. And you know, like, I mean, if Sony was to come back and say, yeah, we're going to stop making discs, but we're also going to drop the cost of games down to £40 each, you know, for new games, everyone would be like, oh, okay, but they haven't done that. They've said, you know, we're going to stop discs. That's it. It's like, oh, okay. Like, you know. But the rumor is the factory where they make the discs, they're gonna pivot that towards being a fucking AI data center, I think, or something else. Which is a shame. But yeah. And they made it into Overwatch 2 and made it free. I remember buying the origins of Overwatch. Oh, yeah. And that was what was really annoying, was Quake Live came out and you could play Quake 3 in a browser and it was, you know, really fucking playable. It ran incredibly well. And I was like, oh, so I can play on a Mac. So I was playing Quake Live and I got back into Quake briefly. I was playing it every night. But then they said, oh, because of the success, we're gonna split this off, fork this into a standalone, and there won't be a Mac version. And I was like, okay. But I'll still be able to play on the browser version. Like, no, we're going to close that down. And I was like, fuck you, man. Fuck off. I was happy playing Quake 3 on my fucking browser. Now, there are ports you can get. I was like, yeah, none of them fucking work. Don't be silly, you know. That one worked. I could just fucking go to the website, create an account. It downloaded all the stuff I needed to play the game, and then it just ran in the browser as an environment. But yeah, it was short-lived. And now, Quake Live, it barely runs on my Windows 11 machine. I just have to run the normal version of Quake 3, but patched to work. But I did find a texture pack, 4K texture pack, which is pretty interesting.
You hear some...
Finally brought Fort back to mobile. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, like Fortnite, loads of people play on a mobile device, which is, yeah, crazy to me, because it seems like the kind of game you'd want more control.
A plaster cast bust depicts a middle-aged man with impressive sideburns. The name on the plinth reads Kraz Mazov. Kraz Mazov, nom de guerre, was an economist and a theoretical historian. He was a leading... The lieutenant raises a brow.
Thank you for sharing this wonderful opinion on human sexuality. There aren't many communists around, not after the revolution. Some youth still keep the ideology going, it seems.
Yes, -3. Okay, so we need to do 2 more things 2 more things to get the bad cop achievement. I think we need to be in day 3. Can we knock on the door? A knock at the door, number 4.
This door is made of metal and appears to be reinforced. Someone here really values their security. No one answers.
He's a good boy. He's just chilling, sleeping next to me.
We should return in the evening, at 9 p.m. the earliest.
League of Legends High Tide Rift, where you can unlock Arcane Jinx. Thank you, Riot Games. Yeah, lots of people like that Jinx character, right? See a lot of cosplays. Yeah, this is it, is that, you know, like, lots of people think that, like, the average gamer is someone like me, but I'm not the average gamer at all. Like, I'm a significant minority. The average gamer plays, like, a mobile game, you know? It's like, it's pivoted and shifted so much. The average gamer is playing, like, AAA mainstream games that release yearly, FIFA, Call of Duty, or that sort of thing. Or they're playing a mobile game. That's what gamers have become now. And I'm not going to say, oh, it's better in my day. But yeah, this is it. People start, you know, making statements about the gaming industry. Why are they putting so much time and money into this? And it's just a mobile game. You know, there's fucking millions of mobile gamers. It's such a huge portion of the market these days.
Just an ordinary wall.
Yeah. I just want to go and check if we can open up Kuno's hideout. Take a guess how many pics and vids have saved out of the 10,613. 582? 583? 584? 585? $2,060. Hey, it's not bad. Not bad. It's taken what, like 10 minutes? So it's taken 10 minutes to do that many. It's going to take that times what, 5? So yeah, maybe an hour.
An inconspicuous
yes, we can. Okay.
The roofing material
Perception.
Eternite. It's nothing.
What's this?
Someone just left some roofing material slanted against an old shack. Glad you asked. When junior researcher Olari Tal invented Eternite in the Vartna Polytechnic Institute some 30-odd years ago, he thought it would last
17
forever.
minutes? Not
Hence
terrible.
the name, Eternite. Sadly, the only lasting thing turned out to be the material's highly carcinogenic effect.
Referencing asbestos. Yeah, back in the day, I used to leave file transfers going overnight. It used to take multiple hours. It was fucking crazy. But this was back when you could hear the hard drive going. You could hear it writing every single bit and byte. Not actually, but that was the joke. It's like you can literally hear it moving data. You could hear the data being loaded and moved. Fucking ridiculous. It was like, and then the other hard drive would go, make the same fucking noise sometimes. You're like, fucking hell, this is going to take fucking days. So I just used to leave it going overnight sometimes. But I remember when I first got my first 52, I think it was 52 speed CD burner. I think it was a 52 speed CD reader, and maybe it was a 16 speed CD burner. I can't remember, but I could burn CDs. And yeah, backing something up onto a CD and then just being able to chuck it in there and read it whenever I wanted. Believe it or not, that was like the future for me. I was like, oh my God, this is going to change everything.
An inconspicuous pile, because it's a rhythmic pattern. No. An inconspicuous pile.
Who picks Tiger as a Billy? An hour and 28 minutes is the rough estimate I'm going to take. All of them. Yeah, every picture. Oh, it's been going for 17 minutes. So you think it's going to take an hour and a half? Yeah.
An inconspicuous pile, because there's a secret door hidden behind the panels of Eternite. That's why they're too orderly. There it is. You see a shabby little door.
What is this then? A tool shed? Let's investigate.
Be still, my beating heart. It's amphetamine. Sweet amphetamine. The lieutenant isn't studying the powder in the mirror. He's studying you.
This got him in Billy fan club, so when they drop a new pic, it goes to my Billy server. Fan since 2017, ever since Ocean Eyes went viral on SoundCloud. Yeah, that was...
There's a good vague way.
That was when it started, right? And then, was it Bad Girl?
Professionally, I mean.
That was like their first like breakout song, like that got like professionally produced and everything. I remember hearing it. I was like, yeah, that's really fucking catchy. I bet that's going to do well. She was 13 years old when Ocean Eyes. Really? Damn, she was quite... Because, yeah, she's still quite young now, right?
No, I'm just a regular detective, thank you very much. Of course, detective. Swift justice. Don't worry, we don't have to investigate every trace of narcotics.
Yeah, swift, lightning justice. Faster, harder, justicer.
So there's a new album coming in 2027. Well, I hope you enjoy it.
See that ladder there? It's probably another way into the industrial harbor, no? A secret path the local kids use.
Right, so yeah, from here, I'm not sure there's anything we can do. Because, yeah, we can't get onto these little balconies, unfortunately, which would have been kind of fun, but it was not to be. Right. The thing is, like, I need to complete the game without investigating the body, so I can't really investigate the body to pass time, but I need to make it like night time, so I can go speak to the Sunday friend, accuse them of something, and kind of be rude, and that'll give me another point, another negative to the good cop bad cop score, and then after that we only need one more. And once we can sleep and go to the next day, the fishing village opens up, and there's some stuff we can do over there. And I think at that point I'll hit an all-time low with Kim. And I think that might be baddest of the bad cops. I think that might be the name of the achievement. Or maybe it's a separate achievement, I'm not sure. Either way, we do have an ad break starting, so I need to pop you guys over on the BRB screen. There'll be a raft and some clips for you guys that want to hang out. Please feel free to get up and move around, grab a drink or a snack. You won't miss anything. I'm going to take a break as well, but yes, I'll be back in just a moment.
What are you doing? Stop breaking everything. Sorry, gang. This guy. Being an absolute nuisance. Did you see the camera shaking? Because he was rubbing his head on the fucking microphone. Thank you for the GG. Time for cat. It is. You. Look at this thing. Look at this cat. Look at him. Look at this boy. Eh? You being a nuisance. Catatage. Yeah. We beat him. We beat the boss. We did.
Where did you go? You promised me when we turn 14, we go to see the stars. I've been waiting ever so long. Forever and ever, it seems.
He doesn't seem too bothered by that. Eat off there. And then do this business in here. Oh shit! Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Excuse me. Oh shit. There's two of them. Can they hit each other? Ah. Can it be done, chat? Can it be done? Can it be done? Can it be done, chat? Can it be done? Sit down. Sit down. Well, there you go. Okay. Oh.
Hey, now, try looking where you're going.
You were looking the other way. You weren't looking where you were going. And you're not even going that... Look where I'm going. My guy, you literally just did a double take twice on which way you were actually going. He's a crab. Crab. Because YouTube is literally... The backbone of YouTube is not getting to the point. That is basically it.
Purifit says yes, hello, it's me again. I am truly angry now. This is an angry phone call, you can tell by my calm robotic voice. I demand a recount. It is rigged. Where is the manager? I feel cheated. Humiliated. Have a bad day, your angry viewers.
Excuse me. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. Yeah, so we need to wait. Yeah, it needs to be 21 before we can go speak to the person on the balcony. And everything down there. And what else we can do? So let me figure this out, because does that mean that this means it's like I can still try it, and this means I've tried it for today and I have to wait until the next day until I can try it again? Is that what it means? Because yeah, Gaston is right over here, so. Oh. Looking outside the screen and accidentally grabbing OBS. She doesn't like very much. Excuse me. Crab, 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 hand crab, crab, food. Fucking love that video. Just all the crabs going crab, crab, food, scared, crab, frightened crab, 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 crab. Yeah, the deep sea maintenance with the Half-Life scientists. Like, interesting. Look at that. I don't think I'll be able to find it. Is this it? Oh, this is it. Fascinating. Oh! But yeah, it started off this this whole thing. Is that 10-minute timer still showing? Can I get it to go? Oh shit, okay. Using moi. Yeah, where is 10-minute timer? Yeah, okay. Excusez-moi. That's the same video. Just yeah. So I mean, I saw that one a long time ago. That's an old video because it was Half-Life, right? But yeah, it started off this whole like thing of using Half-Life sound effects for like cats or whatever doing something, and it's like Freeman, like fascinating, and it slaps it. It plays the crowbar like clang 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 noise when they slap things. It's fucking hilarious. Yes, so it's locked. Okay.
Makes me feel safer already.
So what that means is, on the map, footprints in the dust, challenging. How we haven't fucking seen that yet? Because we haven't been up there. I don't think. Okay. I'm not sure. Right, so who else can we speak to? Oh yeah, we just speak to Plaisance, don't we? Well, but the thing is, completing tasks. The trouble is, completing tasks improves my cop score, so I don't want to complete any tasks. This is the trouble. But yeah, I want to check, is there just a genuine way to pass time? Because I can't sit on the bench when Kim's here. So, read case entries not from your journal, or go buy some books from the bookstore to read. Yep, I could do that. Point where it's 10 a.m. I have 2 things to do. Get my gun back. Did the signature quest way too late. I need to go under the Fell building at the point, I understand. So, of course, I want to finish this gun issue before moving on. I can't pass time since you can play a board game with him. It's fun. The bookstore sells it. I wound up in exactly since I started searching each area I could reach to be sure I hadn't overlooked anything. There was only to advance time about half an hour. You could repeat the old conversation to advance time 1 by 2 minutes at a time. It's way too much repetitive clicking for me. I resolved to finish the game. For now, I'll replay this later with intent to schedule a gun meeting. Yeah. Okay, so I can play the. Can I play the board game with it? Excuse me. Minimize that.
In your hands, you hold a brand new copy of the game, Suzerainty. It's snugly wrapped in a skin of plastic. The cover features a charming illustration depicting a mass of grinning laborers loading goods onto a ship, while a richly dressed administrator oversees their work. The exact location and time period are left deliberately vague, but it's clearly meant to represent the economic relationship between the Revacholian suzerainty and its many vassals. Good thinking.
Yeah, so let me save the game first, just in case this is a huge mistake.
In your hands, the cover features a charm. The exact look, the plastic wrap rips off as easily as a bodice in a tawdry historical romance. There's a hiss as the lid slides off. Inside,
Mistake made. Jack Sider, welcome in.
And more than a dozen pouches of various wooden components. Welcome to Suzerainty, a game of economic strategy for the whole family. The rulebook is sumptuously illustrated and thick as a Gradian novel. The colorful illustrations depict cheerful workers picking apricots, hauling marble sculptures out of crumbling temples, and harvesting a strange magenta-leafed plant. Everyone is smiling. You begin to suspect there may be a political agenda to this so-called family game. Only one way to find out. The instructions are opaque at first, and introduce many concepts you're not familiar with. Fortunately, there are many diagrams and examples throughout. You soon figure out the basic conceit. Each player represents an administrator for the suzerain of Revachol. Your objective is to increase the suzerain's wealth and renown by accumulating victory points. That's where the suzerain's vassals come in. The game features 4 vassal nations, each one home to an economically important resource. Each turn, the player collects resources from vassals where they've placed workers. They may then rearrange their workers, fulfill contracts for coin and bonuses, or build structures back in Revachol. As you leaf through the pages, your eye catches on a sidebar labeled Advice for Beginners. The actual scoring system appears infinitely complex, with a series of tables and appendices required to compute each player's final victory point total. You skip that part for now. You open up a number of pouches containing wooden tokens. There are also several punch boards with other cardboard components that will need to be punched out before you can play. Each cardboard token makes a satisfying as you pop it out. Soon, a neat pile of cardboard coins and counters has accumulated before you.
What? You're not going to offer to let me punch any of them out?
In addition to the worker and building tokens used by each player, there are also several piles of colorful resource tokens, each representing one of the game's 4 principal resources. From the Empire of Safre, orange apricot tokens. From Ilmarat, the ancestral name of Ilmara, grey marble block tokens. From the Semenine Islands, white sacks of sugar tokens. And from Supramuindi and Sarah Maritza, magenta tokens for unprocessed cocaine leaves.
Oh, those are nice.
You hold the open game box before you. The lieutenant looks over the rulebook before he sees something that makes his eyes go wide.
Holy shit. The average playing time for this game is 1 to 6 hours. I'm not sure we can afford to set aside that kind of time for a game.
What? Does the lieutenant hate fun? Is he the fun police? The lieutenant gives you a sour look. He may or may not hate fun, but either way, he does not appreciate your attitude. Have you tried goading him?
In your dreams, maybe. I've thrashed my share of trash talkers before. Now come on, let's put childish things aside.
At this point, plain badgering may be your best bet.
Please. Lieutenant sighs so hard for a moment, it seems like he may asphyxiate.
All right, detective, you win. How do we play this game?
You explain the basic setup procedures to the lieutenant, who seems to be a quick study. You each take your bag of tokens and counters and unfold the board between you. In the center is the crown of Revachon. Radiating outward are her colorful vessels, each one supplying some raw material desired by the suzerain. Apricots from Safre, archaeological treasures from Ilmarat, sugars from the Seminine Islands, and magenta cocaine from Supra Muindi and Sarah Maritza. There's also a neat little log to keep track of your progress in case you need to put the game away and return to it later. The lieutenant goes first. He draws a contract card and moves several of his workers to the Safre territory of the board, and the others to the Seminine Islands.
All right, detective, your turn.
You have a few options available to you. Will you try to fulfill contracts right away, or rearrange your workers to maximize production on future turns? You draw a contract card offering a number of coins in exchange for archaeological treasures. You place all your workers on the Ilmarat territory. On your next turn, you produce 6 units of archaeological treasure and fulfill the contract for a handful of coins.
Not bad, detective.
But not good enough, the lieutenant seems to be saying. As he completes his own contract card, the lieutenant is rewarded with 4 coins and a round wooden token that he places in the center of the board.
That's a market. It's worth 2 victory points. Don't worry, it was mostly just luck. You'll earn some points soon enough.
The lieutenant returns your baleful look with a satisfied grin. Come on, is that your game face? You're practically broadcasting your position to the lieutenant with that expression. Glancing over the board, you see several possible strategies. Pressing more workers into service would increase your economic output and help you to survive a possible conflict with the lieutenant. Or you could ignore your labor supply and focus on fulfilling contracts for points and resources. Those aren't your only options. You could also show your workers how much you appreciate them by investing some of that wealth in them. After all, they're the ones producing wealth for the suzerain. Well, sure, you can do that. It's just not a terribly effective strategy, but then it's up to you. To the lieutenant's puzzlement, you spend several turns building various improvements to your territorial infrastructure. Soon, your workers have access to clean water, paved roads, and basic hobbies. In return, they produce 1 extra resource per turn.
Too bad investing in your workers just isn't worth many points.
Commentary there.
Take a look at
social
the
commentary
tables in the back. You see in Table 8C that investing in territorial infrastructure multiplies your final victory point total by 1, which is to say not at all. Whereas erecting monuments in Revachol gives you a multiplier of 5.
So you're saying the values of the ruling class are completely divorced from the well-being of the people who generate their wealth. There it is, chat. That's the social commentary. This game is so unafraid to be like right on the nose with it. Excuse me.
Yes, precisely.
Now it's the lieutenant's turn to respond. He moves aggressively onto the Safrey territory. Soon, his workers are producing a steady supply of extremely valuable apricots. For several turns, you struggle to respond to the lieutenant's burgeoning apricot empire. Eventually, you relocate the majority of your workers to Supremawindi and Saramaritsa, where they begin producing a bumper crop of cocaine tokens. You draw a new contract card. According to the text, there's an aristocrat willing to trade a large supply of cocaine for a number of coins and access to a rare bonus. Amplified music worth 7 victory points. Oh yeah, baby. Cocaine and rock music go together like cocaine and rock music. You know, this isn't unlike the situation the historical Revacholian suzerainty faced in Safrey in the middle of the last century. Well, the suzerain was looking for new markets for all the cocaine it was producing, and it settled on Safrey. By introducing cocaine into Safrey under exclusive contract, the suzerain created an extremely valuable captive market for an extremely addictive product. If you could somehow get the lieutenant's workers addicted to your cocaine, you could not only make them less productive, you would also force the lieutenant to pay you for your cocaine tokens each turn. Yes, you can. It's right there in the rules. You've reached a critical strategic juncture. How do you respond to the lieutenant's aggression? With each passing turn, you slowly bleed the lieutenant of coins as his own workers become less productive and more dependent on your magenta cocaine tokens. As a matter of historical fact, this is almost exactly what happened in Safrey. To this day, fully half of the former Safrey Empire remains dependent on international aid in exchange for a steady supply of cheap produce.
More or less.
Realizing victory is slipping away, the lieutenant launches a desperate gambit: protectionism. By erecting tariffs on your cocaine, he hopes to starve you out of the market at the risk of incurring the suzerain's disfavor. The end game is upon you. Do you escalate the trade war with the lieutenant in hopes of crushing him with your economic might? Or do you ignore his aggression and focus on building the mighty victory column structure in Revachol herself? Alternatively, you could throw the whole game away by trying to build a public education system for the children of your workers.
Sounds like what they did with the Chinese and opium. Yeah, exactly. There's so much social commentary in some of this dialogue. They're very careful to not directly reference it, but this is exactly what cocaine did to the Western world. And this is exactly what opium did to China. And this is exactly what alcohol did to the Aboriginals in Australia.
The choice is yours. The lieutenant nods gravely as you erect tariffs against his apricots and sugar. This is going to get ugly. With every turn, tariffs are raised until neither you nor the lieutenant are producing any income or generating resources for the suzerain. Even in the best of cases, it's impossible to really win a trade war. But this is far from the best case, and the lieutenant's apricot-powered economic engine crushes yours.
Oh no.
Soon, your coffers are empty, and the map lies strewn with your worker tokens.
I hope you learned your lesson. Never fuck with Kim Kitsuragi.
Fuck yeah, Kim.
Now, let's tally up the scores, shall we?
Computing the final scores is almost a game unto itself. You each spend an inordinate amount of time making stacks of coins, consulting tables, and struggling with basic addition and multiplication. After double, then triple checking your maths, you have your final score. -5 victory points. You'll be lucky if the suzerain doesn't have your whole family executed for such a pitiful performance.
I've got 15 points. Don't look too glum, detective. There's always next time. Figuratively, I mean. There's no way we have time to play this game again.
Oh no, you have to give me a chance to win.
Now,
to even the
let's
score.
clean up and get back to work.
You hold the open game box before you. The Greatest Innocence by João Paulo Salomão Lopes de Fuego. The book is large and heavy. Browsing through the book again, you still have trouble understanding the torrent of information. It only seems to add to the confused jumble of facts inside your brain. Your educational survey is done. Did you catch any of that? No. Oh well, it's pop quiz time. Let's see what you've learned. This is probably for the best. It wasn't looking too good for you anyway. The note is written with a blue pencil on a piece of lined office paper. The kitchen magnets have left spots on its surface.
Looks like someone from that radio game company upstairs. I'm a little surprised they just left their property lying here. That's a plausible hypothesis. It belongs inside a radio computer, storing its memory. It's like a tape. You listen to disco tapes, right? It's like one of your disco tapes, only for a computer.
It's like the production schedule you found. Only this.
Really?
Oh shit, sorry.
You don't have a single guess? Oh, I'm sure that child would love to get his hands on a filament memory. Even if he doesn't know what to do with it, he'd probably try to pawn it for speed, based on our encounter.
All around you, rain falls on the great city of Revachol. Rain drips from the eaves and floods the gutters, washing the filth away. The spring thaw must be here. The snow is melting. Looking up at the sky, cold water dripping from your hat. Grey sky like great battleships, clouds colliding with one another. Rain falls down on the world. Humid, your coat shields you from the rain while the city shivers around you. Sheets of rain over the water, a flight of stairs leading into the ocean. Wave after wave washing the coast of Martinaise, with its motorboats and gently swaying reeds. The ruins of a half-sunken sea fort crumble on an inlet beyond the Bay of Revachol. Ghosts rise into the sky. The skyscrapers of La Delta, the financial district. Faint golden light seeps from the office windows. Will you ever go there? No, you are just one of the hundreds of thousands who watch them rise across the bay from Martinaise every day. Urban coastline, rain dripping off Eternite-covered roofs.
Well, the lights just turned up.
Left over from half-finished construction. A defunct research and development building, once seized by revolutionaries. An old wooden church stands on stilts above the water. Coal City, end of all lines. Your hair is an oily mess flecked with ash from neighboring coal plants. Smokestacks rise somewhere in the distance. The great gates of the industrial harbor are locked. A chill runs down your back. You shudder like an animal trying to shake water from its hide. Behind the gates, heaps of supply crates, red and blue metal shipping containers, slick with rain. The Greater Revachol Industrial Harbour is an artificial mountain range. Immense wealth resides within, and immeasurable poverty in its shadow. La Drusienne, King Dri's passenger harbour. Cruise ships flanked by dock arms, cranes watching over the mouth of the river distributary. Couronne, the lower middle class. Distributary after distributary cuts the city blocks in half. 7-story buildings trail off into the rain. A silvery curtain of rain over the houses, the class divide. You have never been there. They don't need the law east of the river. Capeside apartments. Tower blocks crowd one another. 4.46mm bullets still lodged in their war-torn stone walls. Hallways collapse from the mortar hits of a war that was lost long ago. Clotheslines go to waste in the rain. Radios play. The evening news. A yard. Rain falls onto the roof of a woodshed. Coal leaks into a puddle beneath a dead man's feet. He swings from a tree, bloated. Droplets of rain slip from his cold cheeks. A traffic jam. Rain thrumming on the roofs of motor vehicles. Inside, drivers watch water streaming down their windshields. The statue of a king shudders. He too is cold. The canal bridge has been raised. The road ascends. A raised motorway loops above the ghetto. Beneath its concrete columns, a sea of rooftops, woodwork, and tar stretches northward. 4-story buildings as far as the rain can fall. The snows melt in Jamrock. Revachol is the capital of the world. Jamrock is the capital of Revachol. Droplets form on your eyelashes. It's home.
Where the hood at? There's no way. There's no way that's a reference to that song. That cannot be a reference to that song.
Have a brother in the cut. Where the hood at?
No way. There's no way. Shit, is fucking Spotify going to take all day to start up again? Naughty language. Excuse me. It is. You ever need a man that can bark like a dog? DMX is your guy.
To be in Martinez, where no one goes, at the runoff point of a long-forgotten canal, in the whitest part of town, in the shadow of the day the revolution failed. Standing in the rain, looking north, where Jamrock Rock City stretches inland. In the rain-swept distance, above the rooftops of Jamrock, a repurposed silk mill stands perched above the motorway exit. Precinct 41 hunches in the rain. Your vision blurs. You wipe your face with your hand. The rain stings your eyes, making you look up and blink. Coalition aerostatics hang like apparitions under the cloud cover. Way up there, where rain forms, rotors flutter silently. Your sight clears.
This rain will not let up anytime soon. At least we are dressed for it. Let's keep moving.
So yeah, I think you can speak to this guy at some point.
Oh, hello, dear. I didn't know. That's just it.
Oh, sorry.
This isn't like him at all. He always plans his expeditions so carefully.
A cold breeze hisses through dense thickets of reeds. Something sweet in it, somnolent. A damp chill goes down your spine. When you look around, you're still in the whirling in rags.
You have more important things to worry about. Just some field work, sweetie. Morel is a highly trained scientist. He and his assistant Gary are studying an extremely rare species of insect. But they should have returned by now. They were just going down the coast across the waterlock to set a few traps. He said they'd be back on Monday. What could be keeping them?
The waterlock, that was broken. Could this be it?
Oh, sweetie, it's nothing like that. Gary's as loyal as they come. I trust him with my husband's life any day. Oh my, what happened to the waterlock? Well, whatever the cause, I'm thankful. To both of you. You've spared me another sleepless night.
You're welcome, ma'am.
I hate to ask, but if your investigation takes you to the other side of the coast, please do keep an eye out for my husband.
This will surely lead to a cryptozoological mystery with that extremely rare insect. Yes, some left-field scientific research is exactly what you need right now. Funk up that vanilla murder investigation.
And if you see him, let him know Lena is waiting for him here at the Whirling. He gets so tangled up in his work that he may not know the waterlock's been repaired. And it's cold out there. Oh, of course, sweetie. I understand. Oh, yes. A zoologist. A cryptozoologist, to be more precise.
Crypto? Ugh.
It's a pseudoscience that attempts to legitimize research into mythological beasts and urban
Just calling it pseudoscience right in front of them is a bit much, Kim.
That's one opinion, yes. And people are entitled to their opinions.
She's used to playing off such insults casually, but they still affect her.
My apologies, ma'am. I did not mean to undermine your hobby.
It's not a hobby, dear. It's a subfield of zoology, one specializing in animal species that are so exceedingly rare that many assume them to be extinct or even fictitious. Searching for such species called cryptids is difficult and often thankless, and frankly, many scientists are too lazy to do it. Universities these days are rarely interested in supporting real research.
The quality of research at Revacholian universities has been on the decline, but you doubt there was ever a time when cryptozoology was embraced by the academic elite.
Oh dear, I'm not sure where to begin. Well, his expression is slightly grumpy, but his eyes are always bright and curious, like a small boy's. And his palms are quite coarse from all the field work, but he's quite gentle.
You can't go around Revachol feeling grown men's hands. If you want to find her husband, you'll need more concrete information.
Oh, well, he's a bit shorter than you, but with a larger frame. And he has longish white hair, usually a bit uncombed. You might say wild, even.
The lieutenant pulls out his notebook and begins jotting down the woman's description.
One other thing, he'll likely have all kinds of field gear on him, even if he's not out in the reeds, you know, just in case. We'll be celebrating our 16th anniversary this autumn. Not the most numerically satisfying anniversary, but I like the less obvious milestones even more somehow. by a dating agency, I'm ashamed to say. I was looking to get back into the scene after recovering from my accident, and he'd just divorced. We hit it off, and, well, here we are.
She's skipping over some important parts. Perhaps you'll find out more later.
I hope I've been useful. Oh, sweetie, it's fascinating, but I shouldn't bore you with entomological minutiae.
The lieutenant gives you a sideways glance.
Well, it's a phasmid, technically, but...
Ah yes, Phasmatodea, a diverse group of insects whose bodies resemble twigs, leaves, that sort of thing. Ghost insects, colloquially. Oh yeah. Here comes the interesting.
Where other phasmids imitate sticks or leaves, this one's a living reed. It disguises itself among the reeds here on the Insulindian coast. Hence its name, the Insulindian phasmid. Perhaps you'll end up co-discovering the phasmid with us, officers.
I knew it. We're gonna be chasing made-up insects with cryptozoologists.
It's not made up, officer. I can assure you. It's simply elusive, so much so that most establishment zoologists doubt it exists at all. Well, some teenagers making out in the reeds saw one. They didn't know what it was, of course, but there was a brief article in a local newspaper about their encounter with a ghost insect that looks like the reeds. Gary sent us the clipping. Of course, most phasmid sightings turn out to be false alarms, but their description matched the Insulindian phasmid perfectly, and they didn't even know what they were looking at.
Enthusiasm has wiped the worry from her face. Her eyes sparkle behind her glasses.
I suppose I have something of a personal connection to the Insulindian phasmid. All scientists have their little hobby horses. Not at all. Why else would it hide itself so carefully?
Right.
Oh, I doubt it. No one gets into cryptozoology for the money, sweetie. Yes, it can blend in almost perfectly among the reeds. It's how it stayed hidden all these years. Centuries, even. Oh dear. I'm afraid I'm not explaining this very well. It is very special. Morel can explain it all much better. I wish you could hear him describe it. Then you'd understand, I'm sure. Surely things can't be that bad?
You sense that she won't judge you, no matter what you say.
You know where we are, right? It does still look like that in some parts of the city, doesn't it? We are in a hostel called the Whirling in Rags, dear, and the Whirling itself is in the city of Revachol. The new disco dancing, it seems like a lifetime ago. Much has changed, but it is still the most beautiful city in the world. A rare jewel set in the sand between the pines. Everyone says so, even foreigners. Speaking of history, you know what year it is, yes? Perhaps, dear, perhaps. But for now, it's just the spring of 51.
She is perturbed by your not knowing what year it is, but not by your mention of the apocalypse. It must be the end times. The lieutenant studies you, rubbing his chin. I'm beginning to suspect that you might indeed be completely adrift in this reality, thinks the lieutenant. How can it be that bad? Never mind, we're in this now. Outside, spring rain seeps into the cracks in the walls and the cobblestone streets, and into grated storm drains, all the way down into the sewers. Above ground, the first maybells blossom.
I can tell that this is taxing for you, so I'll just ask one more question. What regime are we living under? What mode of government?
Hmm.
Oh, sweetie. It's really not.
Hmm?
There used to be people who thought that way, other people who wanted those things, but they all went extinct. Revachol is a zone of control led by an alliance of foreign powers called the Coalition. We have almost no government of our own, and certainly no dictatorship of the proletariat.
But they still have cops.
Oh dear, this is troubling. You really ought to know that, being one yourself. There aren't really any cops in Revachol, not in the traditional sense. The status of law enforcement has been a complicated matter since the revolution. But we should stop for today, sweetie. You look like you need a break. Besides, I'm not the best person to explain the big things to anyone.
She's scared now. She's realized you really are brain damaged.
You didn't do very well, dear. It does look like you're having trouble remembering things. History and places. Remembering reality in a word. It's very odd.
When I did physics and my flatmate did biology, we would stay in front of his ex at the time. She was his girlfriend. That psychology is a pseudoscience as a joke. She was doing psychology.
Aside, the lieutenant buries his.
You're still
nose
studying
in
that
his
pseudoscientific mumbo jumbo. What, you mean physics? Yeah.
Maybe
She means
oh shit, sorry.
Sincerely.
Sorry.
Worrying won't do you any good.
A defeat, I'm afraid. The people of this archipelago tried to
little
build
bubba.
something new. Something
Perching on the
different.
armrest. Getting right in the
Rest of
way on
world didn't
purpose.
like it, so
He knows what
they
he's
came
doing.
and ended it. This was 42 years ago. It has something to do with everything. I really don't know how to explain it better. Someone more educated in sweeping matters. Maybe you should ask.
No, I'm not an encyclopedia. I won't be a guide either. I'm a police officer.
Of course. Then, I don't know, someone rich maybe. Wealthy people are educated, though I don't know where you would find a wealthy person in Martinez. But thank you, sweetie. You did make me forget about my worries for a while.
So suggestion low.
Oh, hello, dear. There you are again.
Even. Right, excuse me, bub.
Oh, hello, dear. There you are again.
You're an enthusiastic idiot, but you're still an idiot.
Oh, hello, dear. There you are again.
You're an enthusiastic.
Come on, game.
Oh, hello, dear. There you are again.
There's really no point in manipulating anyone. She'd be only too pleased to tell you about her work. Go on and ask.
Oh, I'd be delighted. Truth be told, I could really use the company too.
One cryptid, not a couple. One. This won't turn into some kind of cryptid extravaganza. And I don't. Just one.
Ooh, tough choice there.
That would be the giant of Kokonur. The giant lives in the most arid parts of the vast Kokonur Desert in South Samara, casting a strange light across the barren wastes. Mirage or psychogenous luminance.
Psychogenous.
No one knows for sure. It is like an awful mountain appearing from below the horizon and expanding to cover almost a third of your field of vision.
Pretty big.
The towering luminosity of Kokonur is a bad omen in local folklore. Some say it's a fata morgana, others, fate unimaginable.
Hui. No animal can be that large. It's a mirage.
That's what makes it so peculiar. A species surviving at the very limits of scientific law. The giant of Kokonur must be the largest animal the planet can support. There are limits, you see, to how large a metabolism an ecosystem can beget. Some say a gravity anomaly below the Kokonur Desert might allow the creature to grow to these gargantuan sizes.
Yeah, it's a bit strange, but at times, I've wondered. Like, if you were to have a baby in space, like, that baby would grow, how big it would get and how quickly it would get that big. But, like, its organs would be like, it would be terrifying, right?
Great. This is great shit. You need more. Gravity anomaly. Digging it. Digging this parascientific stuff right here.
Hey, you promised you'd only ask about one cryptid.
The lieutenant pauses, thoughtfully.
Ah, fuck it. Let's have more cryptids.
Well, the smallest cryptid is
It's 20
Bacter catlensis.
It's 2048, man. The day's over.
Bacterium.
Let's just fucking.
Discovered in one of the northernmost points of Katla on the Boreal Plateau by renowned geologist Caitlin Mijanou some 70 years ago. The bacterial colony Mijanou found had remained alive while frozen in ice for longer than anyone could reliably estimate. Certainly from before recorded history, Mijanou disappeared shortly after injecting herself with the bacteria she had brought back to study, no doubt in hopes of prolonging her own life. Yes, the bacteria had survived in the ice since times immemorial. It is not hard to see where she could have gotten the idea.
It's actually a little hard to see, but do go on.
Yes, and she's quite mad too. After she treated herself with the bacteria, she stopped aging, but also became increasingly eccentric and irascible, so that even her oldest friends were forced to pull away. We can assume that she has been living somewhere in the wilderness for decades now, all alone except for the Cryobacter catlensis coursing through her bloodstream. Of course, dear.
Right, let me save the game there because yes, I'm feeling pretty tired. I'm starting to feel myself like dropping off. So yeah, I think I'll call it there. As long as you guys don't mind. Fucking voice is giving up anyway. Yes, I'll call it there. Yeah, save. I'll call it there. Because yes, I am starting to sleep a little bit better, so I want to maximize that while I can. Because the sooner I start sleeping 7-8 hours a night like I used to before I got on well, the sooner I'll be back to being myself. And I just haven't been myself for like 2 years now. So, but yes, the game is quite dialogue heavy, obviously, by virtue of what it is. So yeah, I feel like once it gets to a stage where I'm starting to feel like a little bit stale, it's time to call it. Hopefully you guys don't mind. But yes, let me close the game there so I can get a tab up. and see who is doing video games. Have we got anybody in the category? I don't think so. They're Russian. I think they're French. Yeah, I don't see anybody doing anybody that's English doing Disco Elysium. We might be the only English Disco Elysium stream right now. Right, let me scroll up there. Go to following. I'll go over here. YouTube, unfortunately, we can't raid out on YouTube. So what I'll do is I'll let you guys go now. I'll end the video there. Thank you to everyone that watches the YouTube videos. I appreciate you guys a lot. Don't forget to like and subscribe and all that sort of social media nonsense. Sorry, I had my own stream up for a second there. I could hear myself echoing through my speakers. But yes, thank you guys for hanging out. Thanks for watching the videos. I appreciate that. Feel free to let me know in the comments what you guys think about the game, anything that we've spoken about during the stream. As you can probably tell, I love having conversations about stuff. This is what I stream. But thank you again, YouTube. I'll see you guys again next time. The next stream will be Sunday, midday onwards. We can't stream on Saturday this week, but I can stream on Sunday. There's no Formula 1 race, so I've got nothing else to do. So I'll stream from midday onwards on Saturday instead, because I'm playing golf on Saturday. I'll